we know that there's a greater help out here that we could go about. So we reach out to you and being grateful for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Lord, as our Board of Supervisors goes about conducting business of the hour, I pray that you provide wisdom, knowledge, and that go forward with the best of our county along the way. Give you all the praise and glory and honor. In the name I pray.
Amen. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Opening board comments, Mr. Forehand.
None at this time.
Mr. Black.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just have one. I want to thank the broadband committee that has been assembled. I know that over the last couple of years, we've kind of been stuck in the mud, I guess. And with this grant that's coming forward, I know Seeley, Mr. Thomas have worked hard on it. I think there's some really positive things dealing with internet that are about to happen in this county. Now, unfortunately, there's been some talk, I know some of my constituents, about why is it coming to one side of the county or the other. There's a whole lot of citizens in Caroline County that are underserved or unserved by broadband, high-speed internet. And we are working with, the committee is working with the businesses and entities that are willing to work with us. So we understand, I think the committee understands where there is not access to broadband, and it is our goal to eventually fix all those holes that are in Caroline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Underwood.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. No comments at this time.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Long.
None at this time, sir.
Mr. Tom.
Mr. Black has mentioned, did have the broadband committee meet, and they did submit 2 projects in the county, one in Fort Royal and one in the middle part of the county, Nola Road, Lakesmith Road, that area, for a grant through the Virginia Technology Initiative, VADI. So we hope we can get that. There are several other grants out there and several other partners, as Mr. Black mentioned. I was in contact with Comcast to see if we could get them to expand in his area, and I think we've been in touch with them since then. I just recently got a query from the folks on Jericho Road, so I told them what to do, and hopefully we can get those folks there to add. But it's the goal of the county to have high-speed internet for everyone. The reality is that the federal government doesn't allow for any county initiative, so we can't have a county broadband. We have to depend on private business, and we're working as hard as we can with private business right now. And the other thing is, and I see school board folks here, we don't have any budget revisions school board on our agenda. Does anyone know if they weren't ready or they're still making? Anybody? So I imagine we'll get those. I know they've got a big meeting today, trying to figure out how to get back to school. So, okay, I will look forward to those soon, and that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And I don't have any opening board comments since broadband was covered so well. I'd like to thank both board members for that. Amendments to the agenda. I would like to defer agenda item 8 for this evening to another meeting.
I have one.
And Mr. Seeley,
I heard somebody, but I don't know. Oh, in front of me. I heard a voice and I was like looking there and you weren't there.
First off, the lights are broken, so you couldn't see, the reflection off my head, where I was. Sorry for the problem. We've been trying to get those fixed, for a long time. I would recommend that you adopt an emergency ordinance to extend the deadline. I get this confused and I don't have either the penalty or the interest goes in effect tomorrow on taxes. And Beth's out there on Zoom and can tell me which one. But because of the bat problem and admin having to close last Thursday at 5 o'clock, we have not reopened and will not reopen this week on the advice of our contractor. We felt that you ought to give a 7-day extension for people that are trying to pay those without having either, I think it's the interest, but it might be the penalty. But anyway, one of those two things that was going to take effect July 15th. The other one takes effect August 15th. I'm not suggesting moving that, but just the one that was going to take effect tomorrow, seeing as how we've unexpectedly been closed and really hampering some people's ability to pay. I mean, obviously, we have the Dropbox and we have online, but in person, we still have a fair amount of people that do that in person. And Ben's on there to tell us what we may need to do, but I think it would be helpful if we could do that.
Can we make that 12A?
Why don't we make that 10 days? Somebody might have tried to get off the day this week, and now they might get off.
I don't know, probably 10 days, 7 days. And we can have Ben look at that, so when we get to the end of the agenda, he'll have something for us.
Okay, and I'd like to defer agenda item number 11, which is the Public Safety Committee. I was discussing with the sheriff, he's on vacation. But we talked yesterday, and I didn't want to take his vacation time. So we'll defer that till August.
Any others? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I have a first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Agenda has been modified. First, under reports and presentations, is an update on general reassessment of real estate, Wampler and Ames Appraisal Group. Welcome this evening. I'm not sure how much effect the COVID has had on actually doing assessments, since you probably don't talk to many folks. So hopefully that's been not a hurdle.
Well, when this first happened, I thought we were non-essential, but I think we've been considered essential in most all localities, with the exception of Polk County, North Carolina. I'm Stephen Wampler, president partner of Wampler Ames Appraisal Group. We've been in business since 1996, 24 years. We have about 48 employees. We're licensed, bonded, insured here in Virginia and North Carolina. The majority of our work is here in Virginia. And I just have a basic understanding of, I'm going to present to you all of a general reassessment. We have some stats and figures that I'm going to give you a Corona-19 update that we are practicing here. So it's just, David is just ready to play. What is a reassessment? This is what we were hired to do. It's a process of redetermining the value of real property and/or land for tax purposes. Why have reassessments? Virginia requires most localities to go up to 6 years. Reassessments are required by law to ensure that each property in a locality is valued fairly and uniformly. The Code of Virginia requires that all property is assessed at 100% fair market value. That's what we strive to do. Reassessment for Caroline County, as required by the Code of Virginia, Caroline County is conducting a general reassessment that will be effective January 1, 2021. Caroline County reassesses every 5 years. The last reassessment here went into effect 1/1/16, which you are basically on a 5-year cycle at this time. How a reassessment is conducted. We look at it as a 5-step process. 1, preparation. 2, evaluation of sales and ratios. 3, field visits, data collection. 4, data entry evaluation, 5, appeals, changes. Right now, we're in phase 2, 3, and 4. We've done our own sales study here for the county. We're in field visits. That's the process we're in right now. Data collection, data entry and evaluation. That's what we're looking at right now. Basically, you know, the market sales. We're sort of like historians. We follow the market. We'll be looking at 2020 sales right up until we close the book and the file. This is a map here of your county. You don't have a pin. One on here. Okay, offer. This is about 111 maps. Right now, the areas we have left to work, we're right. Here it is. We're right here. We're in this area right now working. Maps 13 and 22 right here. I should have color coded these. We did it. We did it. Bowling Green, we're right here right now. We're right over here on the 95 corridor, right around this area. And we got a couple of maps right over here left to work. And we've pretty much been through the whole county. We still have new construction, building permits left to work. That's one of the things we'll do at the very, very end of the project. But that's just your county map index. What is fair market value? As I mentioned earlier, these sales that we like to look at and follow, the amount a typical well-informed purchaser would be willing to pay for a property under the following conditions. The seller and buyer must be unrelated. The seller must be willing, but not under undue pressure to sell. The buyer must be willing, but not under any obligation to buy. The property must be on the open market for a reasonable length of time. And it seems like now, stuff goes on the market, the marketing time's fairly quick. The payment must be in cash or its equivalent, and the financing if required must be typical for that type of property. If all these conditions are present, this is considered a market value or arm's length sale. And, auctions, we see some auctions right now. I know the State Department of Taxation says auctions, they don't pay a lot of attention to those, but we do. A lot of things come to an auction. Sometimes there's some duress. Sometimes you have a joining property owner on each side that really want the property. It sells for more. Sometimes it sells for a little less. But we still look at the auction.
What do you consider a reasonable length of time if there are things that are selling fairly quickly? I mean, what if something
90
sells
to 100 days.
So what do you do with things that sell in 4 to 20 hours?
Sometimes they go into a price, a bid war. They go up. We still consider them arm's length transactions.
So you still consider those a normal transaction?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I'm just looking at your criteria, wondering what happens when something sells very quickly.
It's a vast market right now, and what we're seeing in all localities. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I went into a little bit about the auction. But right now, where you have jobs, the market is good and strong. Everywhere we're working, Powhatan County, for example, Orange County, Shenandoah County, where there are jobs, the market's good. We just finished Northumberland County last year. No jobs there. The market stable to really falling. I'm in Buchanan County right now, in Appalachia, Grundy. The coal industry's flat. No market there. But where we see jobs, the real estate market is really
Okay, I was just curious about that because I saw the criteria and just didn't know what that did. That is just state criteria as average. Okay, thank you.
By the way, this is Elizabeth Walker. She's our communication manager. She's one talking a little bit about the pandemic we're in right now. Shoreline County stats. Right now, Walpurgis, we have 5 assessors in the field and 2 full-time data entry staff. Our field work right now is 88% complete. I'm going to go back to the map that I just had up on the screen where we had about 11 maps that areas were going on. Parcel review is ongoing. Data entry is 47% complete. And at 6,500 for new photos, that's not approximate like the 88 and 47, but we feel like we probably have a little few more photos in there. We didn't count each one of them, but that's and these are new photos. We'll turn over to the Commissioner of Revenue's office at the end of the cycle.
Quick question regarding that. Are your vehicles marked by chance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have
big marking, little marking.
2-inch county reassessment. We're going to get to that a little bit later. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Oh, it was 6,500. I said that's probably good. This is, oops. These are the ratios that the state has. What we strive for, really, I'd like to come in when we finish the project around 95%. When you came out of your last reassessment, 1116, you're about 90.91%. In layman terms, if your house is worth $100,000, it's being assessed at $90,910. In 17, it dropped 86.43. 2018, it dropped to 82.11. 19, it was 81.3. And these figures just came out this July from the state, and you're at 78.8. And what means, if your values are down here, here's 100%, we got to bring these, you've hired me to bring these values up. So are you looking at some?
What does that mean when you say is it selling? Is it assessed for 78% of the real value, or is it selling at 23% reduced price? You can look at that number either way.
Exactly. I always look at it from just like I said, the 90.91%. If your house is at 100% value at 100,000, you're paying taxes at 90,000. Right now, if your house is valued at 100,000, you're paying taxes at 78,800.
So when we finished, and I'm going to go back to 116, when we finished reassessment, property values were still ascending at a rate that they couldn't reassess fast enough to give us 100% value. Is that what you're telling me? Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to.
And our ratios are around 74. The ones that we haven't upped our new numbers in yet. We really haven't got to that point yet. But our numbers are really a little lower. We're looking at right around 74. The sales that we've analyzed. So. Like I say, I would like to come in around 95. If you're at 100%, you have a lot of properties valued at 110, to be at that 100% medium.
Because I know that we're all going to get questions on, they're going to hear 100% and they're going to want to know what 100% means. Because
that's a fair market value.
I've had a person, I think everybody on this board has had, said, if you want to buy my house for what it's assessed for, I'll sell it to you today. Just frequently, those are statements we've probably all heard from people.
That's usually on personal property as opposed to real estate.
Well, I've heard it for real estate too. So,
but I have a question now. Now the reality of it is, my neighbor and I have exactly the same house. Somebody who buys my neighbor's house, it's worth 100,000 at 150,000, is going to make my house seem like it's worth 150,000 because that's what fair market value is, right?
that's one way to look at it, but sales are all over.
But that's kind of how
averages,
it works.
right?
And that's what always skews the numbers because, you know, my neighbor was selling her house to somebody who really wanted to be there. They loved that location. I couldn't sell my house at that same point. What you're saying is that's how we get the 90 and the 78 because our market was really depressed the last couple of years. So even though my house was worth 100,000, I couldn't get anybody to buy it for that. They would only buy it for 78.
Right. But the market is not depressed. Your ratios are just dropping down. You see, and by the way,
Get up to the mic, Mr. Collins.
The 70, I don't want to stop. The 78 that he's talking about is what we're taxing again. This has nothing to do with what the sale of it.
But no, we're taxing everybody the same rate.
That's not what he's saying. We're taxing at
No, that's what I'm saying.
I know, but that the house, its fair market value is $100,000. We're taxing it like it's worth $78,800 or $74,000.
Because
not what it's being sold.
Right,
at.
but that's because we haven't done an assessment since 2016.
Correct, because we started at 90 and prices have gone up on house.
And that I understand, but my point is because, and it goes back to what Jeff was saying and what we'll hear later, you're assessing houses based on what you think is fair market value.
Correct.
And based on the example I just gave, both those houses are worth 100,000, but someone paid 150 for one, it would now appear fair market value is higher than.
right.
But I think
one sale won't make the market.
That's a big clump of sales.
Well, that kind of gets back to what Mr. Seeley was saying is, I'm going to hear that very example that I just gave you when you're done. Because somebody's going to say, my house is worth 100,000, but my neighbor sold for 125 or whatever.
And we hear that all the time.
Right. And yeah, and that was the point I'm trying to make. It's not just that simple. And you're saying the markets are assessed at 78% of the value, so we'll have a big challenge when we get finished.
And one thing of all the cities and counties in Virginia, Carolina is at the lowest right now at 78.8. You might want to look at doing reassessments on more frequency. You don't have the ups and downs. That's my sales pitch. But,
You may say that, Clay. Turn your mic on, Mr. Morgan.
Right. This is the first time I've seen it like this. And if I understand this correctly, this is why we are paying a much higher percentage of our school cost through our composite rate that comparable localities to Caroline are paying a lower percentage. And it makes us scratch our head like, why the hell are we paying so much when a county with much more commercial property, business, retail sales, sales tax, the list goes on, but their number is higher. The state looks at this number.
Wouldn't it be just the exact opposite?
That's correct. You're exactly right.
It would be the exact opposite. Actually, it's saying that we are undervaluing property, therefore we are not utilizing the real estate that's there, but therefore they are punishing us for having a 78.8.
No. Their formula is complex and convoluted, but it doesn't compare the value. It just takes the total number of real estate.
The higher that we're paying,
right.
Yes.
It's going to go up once we get to 100%. That's how bad the formula is. When we get up higher, they're going to say you have more ability to pay.
That's not my understanding. But I would like to understand the formula better. So I'll admit I don't know.
I think Einstein would like to understand.
It's other ways. There are other ways that we look at this also. There's a price-related differential and a coefficient of dispersion. We'll run those reports also at the end of the job. But that's a measure of how well or how accurate your reassessment will be. But I'll certainly have those figures.
The coalition of diversion is what drives the composite index. If I'm not, I remember looking at the formula.
That's one of the factors. Yes. Sir.
So if we can compare that to the last 3 reassessments, would be beneficial to all of us. because I think that will give us a more complete picture of the trend. Because over time, you know, the actual real estate tax that people pay doesn't change that much, even though the tax rate goes up or down, because we generally equalize and then you do tax raises after that. So that number will probably be more interesting, and I think it would help Mr. Forehand understand the formula better. And I do believe that is one of the factors in the state calculation for our ability to pay. So that number would be very interesting. If you could give us the last three, or the last two and the new one as a trend.
I can give you the one upcoming, but I don't think I can give you the last. I don't. We don't have.
So do we have that number, Mr. Colley? Can we get that? It's just a question. It would be an interesting number to see where we're going, because it should compare each time.
We'll have this data probably end of October, first of November, something like that.
Okay.
We can't go back and get the last stuff.
This says true value of property plus the adjusted gross income of all the people here, plus the taxable retail sales, plus the ADM, plus the population. With all of those factors that go in.
That goes into the formula.
Right. This is just a result with the values they use, and I think the actual formula is guarded better than secret recipe. So we've never seen the real formula. I've never seen it in 30 years.
We can just give you on your real estate. That's all I can give you on that here.
Sam.
But those are all the things that factor into it.
Carolina County stats here. The real property sales study is ongoing. Notices are expected to be mailed in November 2020. Hearings will be scheduled for early December 2020. You have your Board of Equalization will convene in early 2021. We hope to close the file here somewhere around October 14th to the 31st. When I say close the file, that means we're done. We're ready to roll the file in for the notices to be mailed. So we're pretty much on schedule. That we are in the contract for. So we're on time. We have seen a lot of discovery countywide. What I mean by that are some extra buildings or barns or garages or additions that have been either left off or unpermitted. We have picked up some discovery, pretty much countywide. And at this time, we're going to talk a little bit about the how our response has been to the pandemic.
Like every other locality, everything's different. So what one locality wants, another locality doesn't. We only had one locality, Pope, North Carolina, that just stopped us from being in the field at all. Others said, no, you're essential, get right to work. So we've done what we could. Our assessors are wearing very visible vests in the field that are legible from a distance. Sure, he'll model it or hold it up.
What are you modeling?
But our assessors are wearing these in the field at all times. They should be very identifiable by residents. Go forward. Oh, let's see. So, other things our assessors are doing. We did for a while say we are not knocking on doors at all at the beginning of the pandemic. Occasionally, though, there's something on a property that requires us to make some kind of contact. If it's necessary, we're making contact from a distance if possible. Generally, our assessors will try to knock that far away from the front door. We're asking them to maintain social distance. They're working on that. We are wearing face masks when possible during interactions with people. They're not having them on all the time because, especially in 90+ degree heat, if you're not in contact with another person, it's prohibitive for them to get their work done having to wear them. So they have them with them, and they wear them if they're having interactions with people. And our appraisers are continuing to conduct a full walk around of each property if possible and photograph each property. Yes, sir.
What are your hours? You're not at somebody's house at 7 o'clock in the morning, are you?
No, sir. No, sir. 8:30
Okay.
to 5.
Okay. And the other thing is, your assessors that people have run into in the district that I represent have been very polite and very good people because they're wondering who this guy is walking around in the yellow jacket, and then they see real estate assessors. So they've been good. That's a good thing.
We wish we could get our assessors out at 7 o'clock in the morning.
There was a car in my driveway at 7 o'clock in the morning. I was just wondering who it was.
Oh, was there somebody? Okay. Sometimes during the press, some of our guys will try to get out earlier, but we generally try to maintain the counting hours.
In most all localities, we observe whatever the commissioner revenues hours are. That's what we observe.
A few other things. In rural counties, we do run into the posted no trespassing properties, and generally we do, well, not generally, we don't access those. We do check with the Commissioner of Revenue, and so in Caroline, we don't access them.
One thing I'll say about this. So we've had sometimes we will drive down a driveway and the appraiser or assessor will get up on the porch and turn around. There's a no trespassing sign. That's going to happen in this business. So
So when they run into that, they photograph the no trespassing sign. If they can see the dwelling or see something, they'll take a picture from the distance. But generally, those properties have to be assessed based on curbside or visual information, data from your previous assessment, and any information provided by the property. But generally, that's how the property.
What do you do when the property, the actual dwelling is so far back you can't see it from the driveway?
That's when you have to go based on previous data. You can try to make contact with the property owner and ask, but generally it's challenging. Not get an accurate assessment.
if there's not a no trespassing sign, I mean, of course we go all the time.
Right, I understand, but I know that there are a number of no trespasses. I've been there myself.
You guys ever use drones?
So we are working to implement drone technology. It is not going to, it is what's coming for sure, but it is not to the stage where you can conduct a lot of your reassessment with the drones. You can get data from accessible properties with it. So we have a couple of our assessors working on pilot projects now. We're experimenting with technology. I'd say for a few years we will be implementing
What about Google Earth for properties that you really can't see for counting at least the number of dwellings? Because I know that people tend to, when they live that far back, nobody knows I'm here. I can.
So we use Google Earth, we use GIS.
Pictometry, if the county has that, we're using pictometry right now in Fauquier County and Buchanan County, which in the county they're flown at 2 different levels. They have every year they have something called a change finder. Turns up in yellow if the building from the previous year or addition is not there, but we are using pictometry. The sheriff's office uses pictometry. A lot of localities, the sheriff's office uses pictometry. So that's a good tool.
Do we have that here? Okay.
It's a good tool because it can be shared among county departments. It just doesn't fly as close as drones. Pictometry drones are close. So we thank you for being here today.
Jeff, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question to the assessors, they say we're on time at this point, pretty much. What would cause us to be late based on where you are now? What would delay our final assessments?
Would you say at what time we would mail the notices, have the hearings?
Is there anything that could delay us?
We were, just so you know, we were late, or the assessor was late for our last assessment, and it caused a crunch with us trying to fix the tax.
No, we're as I mentioned earlier, we hope to close the file between October 14th and October 31, mail the notices sometime in November. So I hope nothing will delay unless act of God or something like that could happen. But right now, I don't think anything will delay any shortcomings of us closing and finishing our job.
Well, you just mentioned that you were pretty much on time, and that kind of concerned me. As Mr. Thomas mentioned, we definitely don't want late assessment notices. So I was just curious, what would cause you to be late to the point that we would be late with our assessments?
I think we've completed about 118 reassessments in the state of Virginia, and we've had to get an extension on 2 jobs, and they were due to conversion, software conversions. One was the city of Radford, and the other one was out of White County. But you could just, our track record, we're not going to be late. We're going to get it. We're going to get it done. We're going to have it completed on time.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board members with questions? I want to thank you for the presentation this evening. We're just glad, like Mr. Thomas pointed out, we were so woefully behind in 16 that when you can't set a tax rate in May,
I understand.
because reassessment wasn't completed in January, it left us in a real bad situation. So everybody's been very wary of, can we complete? When you're 88% complete in July, I don't have a lot of fears that you won't be 100% complete in October.
And we welcome any board member, anybody in the public. You know, we're in the old Lady Smith Elementary School. Our office is there. Our numbers are up on the wall. We post them weekly. We certainly do appreciate getting that air conditioner fixed. Last week we were there, and the people in there didn't have any air conditioning, but we called school, I guess, school board, or school, whoever. But we got our air back on. So it was bad being out in the field when you're in the office working with air conditioning in this heat and throwing a little drop. Thank you for letting us have the opportunity of serving the citizens of Carolina.
And thank you.
Thank
Let me give our station identification an opportunity to clean. Next is an update from Rappahannock Electric Cooperative Broadband Initiative, Mark Say. And I believe you and I have spoken on the phone in the past.
Sir, how are you all doing?
Very good.
Thank you very much for having me. Hopefully this won't be nearly as complicated as property reassessment. So I wanted to give everybody a quick update for this fiber initiative. I know I've spoken to a few of you, definitely the county leadership over the last a little over a year. Back in 2018, the cooperative began a feasibility study to look at improving our communications capability. We've been using older-based technology for a number of years, and that reached a point where we really needed to replace that. So in 2018, we began a feasibility study to look at what it would cost to do that. At the same time, we said, while we're evaluating this, we would look at what would it take to do broadband service, take it beyond our fiber utility. Did that feasibility study in the 2018 timeframe and formed the team. As I told a few folks here before, that study came back. It was, even though it was technically feasible to do broadband services or fiber to the home, the size of the cooperative, it was just not financially feasible for us to do that. So in 2018, I became responsible for building an 800 plus mile fiber utility network to connect our offices, our substations, and power assets throughout our 22 counties. However, late last year, very early in 2020, we became aware of a number of outside funding opportunities, most notably Rural Digital Opportunity, which is an FCC fund that will auction off approximately $20 billion a little bit later this year in the October time. So along with the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, a number of other outside funding sources, both at the federal level, at the state level, find counties and towns that we serve. There's a lot of money out there to help offset some of the initial costs that we saw in that 2018 feasibility study. So very early this year, the cooperative leadership decided, let's relook at this while we continue to build our 800 plus mile middle mile network that I've board for them. We engaged with two nationally recognized outside third-party consulting companies, broadband consulting companies, to begin two new feasibility studies. We are in the process of evaluating those studies as we speak. We're in the process of evaluating all the other funding possibilities, and we will take all that into consideration in the coming months, make a decision on do we continue with our 800 plus mile fiber utility network, or do we continue much beyond that? Do we go beyond that and actually look at broadband services? Sitting here today, that decision has not been made. Cops have been in business for about 80 plus years, and we've been in business successfully because we've generally made wise and prudent decisions throughout that time. This is one of those times we will continue to do our due diligence to ensure that we are properly and effectively spending our members' money going into the future. As this board knows, broadband business is a highly competitive business. It's a completely different business than our electric distribution business that we've been in for 80 plus years. We can't, we're regulated by the State Corporation Commission. We cannot provide broadband service under Rappahannock Electric Cooperative. That have to be through a subsidiary of some sort. There are ways to still accomplish that, but you would never really see yellow trucks like you have a history of seeing here pulling up to anybody's house and providing broadband. That would have to be done through a separate subsidiary. That is all under consideration. One of the messages I want to make sure the board understood, the leadership understood, and the residents here, this is something that the cooperative takes very seriously. We have spent a lot of time in evaluating what our options are going forward. So we have not been sitting idly on the sidelines whatsoever. Your cooperative is hard at work and looking what the options are and what the future may bring for broadband here within the cooperative, within our 22 service counties. Like I say. So,
Mr. Black.
See how are you? Yes. I just want to, I think you probably, I don't know if you hear from my opening board comments, but to a lot of the constituents, my district and throughout the county, you've heard that we're applying for grants in different areas of the county. That takes sometimes big chunks or smaller chunks. And there's a lot of people that are really hoping that you are the answer, you guys are the answer. And is there a way for citizens, and I know they're your customers as well, but I think most everyone in Caroline, most everyone is a customer of REC in Caroline. Is there a way for them to contact you? I mean, I know that the board that has to make a decision, but is there a way for them to voice their concern, saying we would really like you to highly consider, because I don't think I've talked to a constituent. We don't want REC doing it.
Again, we've been very successful. We've been a neighbor. We've been a partner, not only in Caroline. We have a long history, successful history in Caroline. They know they're cooperative, trust them. So yes, I'm responsible for this network. So always reach out to me. Contact me.
Can you leave with county administration your contact information, email? And I would like to put that out if that's okay to the constituents. So I think you can understand.
I just need to temper that. We're in the process of making a decision.
Yeah.
Along with particularly from a federal auction standpoint, very strict guidelines the FCC will establish called prohibited communications. We will not be able to discuss anything about the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund for many months. But I can always give them an update on what we're doing from the fiber utility. I'm always happy to talk to anybody about broadband. We completely understand what it means to the community, what it means to individuals. By not having it, you mentioned earlier, maybe the underserved and unserved members, not only here in Caroline, but across our entire service area. Those folks are very important to us.
Absolutely.
Black, do you really want to have 100 different people send the email today, or have like a central county location?
Well, I guess a central county location would probably be more efficient for him, so it is
Yeah, maybe we can. I guess just sadly we can set up a like broadband email, address, so all the emails will go to that, and we can pilot it. All right. Since I saved you some time, can we speed this process up?
That was going to be my question. Is there anything that the county could do to actually facilitate moving this forward any faster with any more, I don't know what the application process looks like. I don't think there's a county that you serve that county government wouldn't get involved any way they could to help.
I think it's a great question. I think our first priority is to fully examine patient, but I appreciate it. However, once we make a decision, we're going to be doing one of two things. We're going to continue with our property building, or other options, or others who could utilize some of that excess facility we'll have out in our service. Tremendous opportunity. Folks who are in that business who have not been able to penetrate some rural areas of Carolina, but up have infrastructure.
Brings me to my second question. You won't necessarily be an ISP, so that would be a third party that you all. So, for example, in Caroline, there are actually two organizations. There's Atlantic Broadband and Comcast. They're both technically ISP. I mean, Atlantic is for sure, and I think for the most part, so is Comcast. So when in the vision of you running just your utility network, I mean, you've got to have the same number of stanchions, you've got to have the same number of repeaters. I don't know how many V-hubs you need and all that, because as you're moving really point to point, so you're not really interested in how much capacity could I pick up in this particular location.
One of the things we're doing is putting up a whole lot more fiber. Never really good automation, electrical infrastructure. That we're putting that fiber up to encourage those others that are out there, the Atlantic Broadbands, the wireless internet service providers that are out there, to utilize that excess facility in the air. So that covers a lot of initial costs that have kept a lot of those folks from getting out.
Yeah, $45,000 a mile is the best quote that I've got. That's probably, and you're going to have some of the same equipment. I don't know what you'll look like. There are some things that you probably won't have that they'll need to do, but it does drop the cost considerably. So I guess that answers my third question: is that going to be available to a vendor that's already in a particular area, whether it's on the western side of the county or the eastern side of the county where we already have providers, or the northeast?
First of all, our facilities today are available all of that. One is the right required from us attached to our that every single Comcast, Verizon, county coverage attached to our existing infrastructure today. There's a fee for that. Like charge anyone pretty much the same types of. In addition, there are changes that need to be made to a particular pole. All of a sudden, say Comcast wants to attach to a pole. Absolutely. Once a year, annual fee, relatively inexpensive. However, if we need to change that pole out to attach Comcast attachment to it, then that cost is set back to Comcast. They would pay for those improvements. That's how our pole attachments work. We can do that today. We do that every single day. Now, fiber building note, we put excess fiber in the air. We'll put up roughly 144 strands of fiber, 200 each. Probably need no more than 24 to 48 forever. paved, well, they're available. At least construction.
Okay. Mr. Thomas?
Say, and I wasn't sure if you were going to give away that private information, but 100 some plans is quite a bit, so we do appreciate that. Now, one question: you've gone into kind of an arrangement with COVID, and that was right at the end of last year before COVID hit and all that. Orange. Yes. Okay. So it's still possible for the county, with some county funding, to work out a public-private partnership with you. And I guess we'll have to discuss the details together when we sit down. But that's a possibility. And the reality of that possibility is the county has to provide some funding assistance.
Correct. The county, Orange, the county itself had a need. Next fiber available. Get what they need. They're trying to get to a certain point. Service there. The county itself provide on fiber a few miles that they needed it. That was fiber not
Okay, and the point of that is we're in the process of developing a comprehensive plan, I guess, on how we can get fiber out to all, or get broadband out to all of our citizens. So I think you would be a very valuable part of that plan, and we need to have a meeting as soon as we can. And did we ever get our antenna in Dawn?
Mr. C was nice enough to point us in the right direction, the right person with REC. We are in negotiations with them. Paperwork's been filed. They're in the process of doing wind load studies at this point. We should hear something very shortly on an actual contract. Price appears to be
Just and that's, just wanted to make sure, because I want to thank you. We're trying to get broadband to the Dawn Library to give an access point to a very underserved set of folks. So we do appreciate your help there.
that Dawn Tower asset I talked about is part of our project.
Yeah, we've been looking at it. Thank you.
Mrs. Long?
Thank you very much for being here tonight. I know you all have a good workshop. Now you have your data. I just want to say if it's something we do need, that's there for rural areas. Anything when you're ready to move, that's what we. If you need letters, Blackstead, you tell us when you're ready to move and what we can do to help. To really easy to get our citizens done. The world is changing, and everybody here knows I don't like computers, but they're part of life. I've learned to get along with them, and certainly, my grandchildren work the computer and the cell phones better than I do. So we need to catch up with time. So anything we can do to support you, please let us know. We'd like to be a part of this.
I look forward to hopefully some of these people.
Mr. Black?
I just have one. I don't know if you can answer this. You had talked about, because in the western part of the county, your Jericho roads, your Anderson Mill Road, in Charlesburg area, you had talked about like Comcast needs to do an extension on your poles. Just out of curiosity, I don't know if you can say this. Like, what is like for a mile of that? What would that be for Comcast?
It's a rough figure. I'm holding to it, but it's in the neighborhood of $30 pole per year, depending on the poles.
Okay.
That's the attachment fee now. Again, pole, whoever it happens to be, attachment pole. As a cooperative, we need to ensure that pole can stand what it is the attacher wants to put on. So we go out and make sure about that. One, what are they trying to do? What do they want to do? How far do they want to go? Et cetera, et cetera. We examine that infrastructure to see if we need to make changes. Some of it, as you guys know, some of our infrastructure has been in the field for many, many years. It's not big enough, or it's not tall enough to provide enough clearance because of attachers and what we call the communication space on the pole. It can't be up in the power. It's got to be below that. certain number of inches. And that can't be also too far to the ground as well.
Sure,
So
okay.
we need to go out and replace a pole that's been in the field for 45 or 50 years. The bigger pole, smaller pole. We feel very strongly that the catcher should bear that responsibility to pay that. As I think if any member here is cooperative to, that's the case. Well, that's how that works.
Any other questions, Mr. Underwood? Okay.
We'll be in touch soon.
Yes, sir.
Not at this
Thank
time.
you.
I was on mute. Thank you.
Casey makes it look bad.
We are to appointments this evening. Board of Zoning Appeals, Mr. Thomas. And Rappahannock Emergency Medical Services Council Board of Directors. I see there. All right. Is that a motion? Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second in discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda.
Item E, Mr. Chairman, the deferral till September 22nd, is that the year we were given them? Or is that, because I know still with COVID, they haven't done it.
No, sir, it's not quite a year. We'll still have some time after this deferral.
We, the board and the applicant mutually agree can extend past year. That's correct. Motion to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Can we do number 9, the CARES Act? Because, I mean, I guess we don't have enough time for that is my fear. 12A we can easily do. Is Mr. Emerson ready with 12A? Oh, he's got to get unmuted.
Sorry, I was muted. 12, I see 12. What is 12A?
12A is the deferred interest or penalty. We weren't sure which one for 10 days. It's interest. Interest on personal property and real estate.
We need an emergency.
Yeah, we need an emergency ordinance since the county offices are closed this week. So we're trying to add 10 days to the end of this so that anybody that hasn't been able to get into the office still has time.
I think that's fine. I hadn't been asked to talk about that, but I think it's fine to do that.
So can we just call it an emergency ordinance to
And adopt it? Sure. Yes.
Does it have to be phrased any particular way?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'll make what's there. Adopt an emergency ordinance extending the interest payment penalty another 10 days from the July 15th. Was it 15th or 17th deadline.
It was the 15th, and I wouldn't put penalty in the word. But you're extending the interest due that was going to take effect July 15th. How many ever days? You said 12.
Without
If penalty is in audit, interest. So just if you're
Leave it at that,
extending interest, the interest would be due starting after the 15th. I don't think it was on the 15th. I think it was after the 15th deadline. Not have to pay interest, pay your taxes by the 15th of July. So if you're going to add 10 days, it'd be the 25th of July. And
Close of business on the 20th.
And Beth is out there, so if I've got that wrong, Beth, please speak up.
Well,
We've already covered it, right?
got a whole week.
Right. You got that entire week. Mrs. Curran, any comment?
I mean, I think if you just give them like the time that we have been closed, to just extend the due date for the interest.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're going all the way. We're saying 10 days, and it actually goes to Friday's the 9th day, so the 10th day would be a Saturday. So
you can give them till that Monday. I mean, just for the ones, but we do have people that pay on the weekend on the web, and we would give them, credit for the 10 days. You leave it at that.
right. All right. So we have a
Framed again by
Mr. Cully.
so that's the motion.
Do we have a second? A motion and a second. 10 days, no interest. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. 12A is done.
Thank you.
Do we want to look at 12 proposed amendment to zoning ordinance and work out, because that one's pretty benign, and is it, Mr.?
So these are proposed amendments to the M1 regulations and the planned unit development industrial park regulations for industrial users. It's very specific ordinance amendment. There's a minimum acreage requirement. It's for larger industrial technology parks. It would have limited impact and apply to only a few properties in the county.
So this isn't the amendment that we talked about for any of the commercial properties like on 639 or Route 1.
No, we've actually already done most of those in previous amendments that the board did.
Okay.
This would be off of the highway corridor area and is targeting
Large tracts of land.
right, larger projects that want to enhance their image as you come into the industrial or technology park.
Okay. Questions from anybody on the board? First read. I understand. So this would move on to public hearing.
Yes, sir. At your first meeting in August.
Okay. Any objections to that? Well, we need a motion to move this, or can we just?
Please, yes, sir.
I thought we needed a motion. A motion to move this to public hearing. Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carried. I know if I go into any of these others, we'll blow through. So let's take our break and we'll read 10. I think we can do 10. Oh, fee.
10 is pretty straightforward. The states raised the security fee for court costs. And so just the clerk of the circuit court had recommended we just go up to that amount. I don't have my calculator in front of me, but it's like it went up $5.
From
10 to 20, went up $10.
10 to 20 is what it was.
So it's required public hearing.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. So we're really gonna take a 20-minute break. So I'd really like to start at 7:30. Real Earth time minutes. We will be on break until 7:30.
we're making the decision that will keep our students and staff safe. Safety at the center of everything that we're looking at.
And we will start with public comment. And I'll just remind everybody, you can speak once for 3 minutes. There is a timer that you can see over here to the left. And between each speaker, we have somebody that will clean the podium each time. I see she has returned. Mr. Whiteman's been relieved of his extra duties. I was gonna, I guess I was just gonna leave to individuals. Let's see what we get. I can see it. I can see it. So at this time, I will open public comment. Anyone wishing to speak? Yeah, and the lights are out because we have a electrical problem, I believe, with the lights. We don't know what's wrong, so the overhead lights won't come on. So I apologize for that. You're sort of in the dark down there.
No problem at all. Good evening, Chairman Seeley, Vice Chairman Thomas, and all members of the Caroline County Board of Supervisors. My name is Lydell Fortune, and I reside in the Mattaponi District. On March 21st, 1861, just a few weeks before the Civil War began, Alexander Stephens, Vice President of the Confederacy, said the following during what was known as the Cornerstone Speech. Our government is founded upon exactly the opposite ideas. Its foundations are laid. The cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. William Thompson, designer of the Confederate flag, was quoted in George Preble's book, Our Flag, saying, as a people, we are fighting to maintain the heavenly ordained supremacy of the white man over the inferior or colored race. Tonight I stand before you requesting removal of the Confederate memorial located on the courthouse lawn in Bowling Green, Virginia. Not as a member of the Caroline County Branch NAACP, not as a trustee of St. John Baptist Church, Woodford, Virginia, not as a member of Prince Hall Masonic Lodge number 125, not as the Caroline County representative on the Germanna Community College Board. I stand before you this evening as what the world sees me as, a black man. If I were standing in front of Alexander Stephens, William Thompson, or the individuals who were on hand to witness the dedication of the Confederate Memorial on the courthouse lawn in Bowling Green, I would not be referred to as black or as a man. It is abundantly clear that the Confederate States of America was formed to wage war against the United States for the purposes of maintaining white supremacy throughout the nation and continuing to profit from the free forced labor of Africans who were brought to this country. Do not take my word for it. You have heard the words of Vice President of the Confederacy and the words of the creator of the standard that the Confederacy fought under as they waged war against the Union. Soldiers who committed treason against the United States for the purpose of perpetrating white supremacy should not be commemorated with a memorial anywhere. The fact that the Confederate Memorial in Caroline County is located on the courthouse lawn in Bowling Green, a place where individuals expect to receive justice without regard to race, is reprehensible. How can a person of color expect to receive justice upon entering the courtroom when upon approaching the courthouse lawn, they are met with a memorial featuring a Confederate soldier perched high upon a pedestal? Once again, this memorial must be removed from the courthouse grounds. Tonight, I also want to present to the board a petition to remove the monument signed by over 1,200 people, hundreds of which reside in Caroline County. So once again, I stand to request that you take the authority given to you recently to remove the Confederate monument from the courthouse lawn in Bowling Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune. you can give the petition to Mr. Cully or to Mr. Barton. Actually, you may want to just lay it on a table for right now, and they'll. Anyone else?
Good evening, Board of County Supervisors, Chairman of the Board, and everyone related. I hope that you guys are doing well today. My name is Gary Trey Taylor. Most of you affectionately know me as Trey. I am here in support of the actual petition to remove the Confederate monument on Bowling Green's lawn. I believe that this is a stain on the county's eyes in the general as far as having a Confederate monument. I feel as though the Confederate monument represents a very evil past that I believe does not provide any justice for anybody. It looks away in Caroline. And as I've heard you guys so many times talk about being a unified county, one who we're all equal and we're all willing to work together, and this county is for everybody, regardless of race, religion, whatever it may be. I believe that that Confederate monument for us as Black folks stands for a symbol of oppression, hate, and slavery, and that has no place in Caroline County. And as a newly found, Caroline County born and raised resident and a newly found new resident back in the Madison district of Caroline County, I'm supporting that petition to remove that Confederate monument in the same way we've been removing the monuments in Richmond, Virginia, and authorized by Governor Northam. I thank you for your time. I look forward to working alongside you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tamara Cook. I am a Caroline High School graduate, native of Caroline, have been here my entire life. And I too am here in support of the petition. March 1st, 1683, John Frederick Monroe of Brandenburg, Ashburg, and Princess Eleanor gave birth to their only daughter, who would then later become Queen of Great Britain in 1727. The first queen to be crowned since 1603. I shouldn't have to remind you of what it was like to be a woman in the 1600s. Despite her royalty, she was still disrespected and undermined by the members of the parliament, and would have to rule through her husband on her behalf. After assuming rule of a couple of months later, upon the departure of her husband, she would then have the power to enforce her liberal thoughts. She stood for reforms such as the freedom of press, freedom of speech in parliament, and she was also able to defuse an incident between Portugal and Britain without any violence. She negotiated the Treaty of Seville between Britain, France, and Spain, which put an end to the Anglo-Spanish War. And she launched an investigation into the penal system, uncovering widespread abuse, including cruel punishment for the conspiracy and the escape of wealthy convicts. These examples would have then had this woman go down in history as one of the most beloved queens of Great Britain. Her name was Queen Caroline of Brandenburg-Ansbach, wife of King George II. In 1728, she was then honored by having one of the British colonies in Virginia named after her, the county that we currently reside in, Caroline County. but has Caroline lived up to its noble name? Being a part of historic Virginia, close to its nation's capital, Caroline County has played a major part in the Revolutionary War, providing the basis for Americans' breeding stock. John Penn, native to Caroline County, was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. During the Civil War, Caroline County was an area of ceasefire, meaning no matter what side of the war you were on, you were still welcome to come to Caroline to enjoy peace and freedom, even though the violence of the war was not seen in other forms of violence were. Camp Regional Training Center was erected, which consisted of land taken away from former slaves. This training camp would then be later renamed AP Hill after Lieutenant General Ambrose Power Hill Jr. of the Army of the Confederate States of America. On May 10th, 1863, Confederate Lieutenant General Thomas Stonewall Jackson died of complications from pneumonia at the Chandler Plantation in Geneva Station in Caroline County. The Chandler reside is now known as Jackson's Shrine, which name was changed due to complications and controversies of what happened in Charlottesville. In April 1865, President Lincoln was assassinated in Washington, D.C. as a part of conspiracy to kill the leaders of the United States. As the conspirators fled, a monument or a manhunt was launched.
Can you sum up, because you're beyond your 3 minutes?
Yes, I apologize. So going forward, discrimination of the desegregation of the public schools in Virginia did not happen until about 10 years later. Civil rights and the Jim Crow laws were behind as well too. And now to graduate into the 21st century, where all the history is behind us to say, Caroline has created on the bias, or Caroline was created on love and freedom. We all know that we cannot run from our history. The statues and memorials dedicated to the Confederate soldiers are constant reminders of an oppressed system that glorifies and is trying to make its way back to social norms. It is time that Caroline takes control of its future and lives up to its name, starting by honoring those who have stood for changes.
Ms. Cook, I got to ask you to sum up, because we're long past 3 minutes.
It's time that Caroline stands behind its name, starting by the removal.
I understand. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kiara Armstead. I have been living in Caroline County all of my life. I am a 2015 graduate of Caroline High School. I am a 2019 graduate of Virginia Union University, where I obtained my bachelor's in history and political science.
Which district are you in, please?
I live in the Mattapanai district. I stand here tonight to represent my ancestors who were enslaved by these men who are labeled as war heroes and have statues to honor their violence and crimes against humanity. Question: why is there even a statue built at all to honor these men? From the overview, looking at the monument of the Confederate soldiers does not represent how the majority of Caroline County citizens see the world, neither does it reflect the history of this county, which did not experience one single battle of the Civil War. We all are well aware that Caroline County is known for a lot of things. Contributing to the Confederacy was not one of them. The monument that stands in front of the courthouse glorifies a corrupt past and silence truth of history that does not reflect the true life experiences and identity of the citizens in this county and country. The monument silences the ugly truth behind the Confederacy and creates an illusion that Confederates were fighting for the good of its people. The monument does not reflect the ideals of the citizens in this county. The removal of the statue is one thing, but you cannot undo the past. However, we can create a better history starting by removing the statue in front of the courthouse. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say good evening to the Board of Supervisors, Brother Chairman. My name is Marvin Fields. I'm the pastor of Second Mount Zion Baptist Church located down in Dawn. I'm in the Reading Church District. So much has happened in the last few months. I think it's waking up so many of us, has opened some eyes, it's made us aware of so many things that we often talk about. I think it's time that we as a county come together. We talk about brotherhood and sisterhood and come together by being created equal. But I concur with all those that came before me and support the petition for taking down that Confederate monument, which again, it's really an insult to us as a black race. It's a sign of oppression. It's time that we let that go. That part of the history, people say, well, we want to keep it for history. We don't need to know that side of it. It represented some things that we're not proud of, we're not happy of, but yet we're coming tonight asking you in unity that you would support this and take down that Confederate monument. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Fields.
Chairman Sealy, Vice Chairman Thomas. My name is, members of the board, my name is Dwayne Fields Sr. And I'm a local pastor and the current president of the Caroline County chapter of the NAACP. I am going to ask now that all those who are members of the NAACP, if you would please stand. I am here today to express our desire to see the expedited removal of the Confederate monument located on the front lawn of the courthouse of our county. Our nation and Commonwealth and county are in the midst of a divisive time in which the pain of history and the weariness of the people have met at a crossroad. I want to be clear that this monument, which is named for absolutely no one, was erected in 1904, 39 years after the end of the Civil War. It actually renders the reading erected by the people of Caroline County to commemorate the valor and endurance of its soldiers furnished to the Army of the Confederate States of America, 1861 to 1865. In other words, it was erected to honor those who fought and gave their lives so that the perpetuation of slavery and oppression of African Americans would persist. A true and accurate account of history would suggest to us that these monuments were not erected to honor or even acknowledge history, but rather they were erected to stoke fear, intentionally being erected during the Jim Crow era. There is no place for any monument in which the true intent of its existence is to stoke fear and glorify a time when slavery was a way of life. Jane Daly, a historian from the University of Chicago, said that in many cases, the purpose of the monuments was not to celebrate the past, but rather to promote a white supremacist future. Michael J. McAfee, curator of history at the West Point Museum, said, there are no monuments that mention the name Benedict Arnold. What does this have to do with the Southern monuments honoring the political and military leaders of the Confederacy? Well, they, like Benedict Arnold, were traitors. They turned their backs on their nation, their oaths, and the sacrifices of their ancestors in the war for independence. They attempted to destroy their nation to defend chattel slavery, and from a sense that as white men, they were innately superior to all other races. They fought for white racial supremacy. That is why monuments glorifying them and their cause should be removed. And because I am a preacher, I want to just take a moment. There was a guy by the name of Clarence Jordan, this Baptist minister, who started what we call the Koinonia Farm and created what we call the Cotton Patch Gospel. He explained to us in the book of John, chapter number 12, that Jesus' defense of his mob of supporters on that ride into Jerusalem on Palm Sunday, here's what he says. He translates, the authorities came out and tried to tell him to shut up and stop parading without a permit. And Jesus said, listen, boys, you're behind the times. If I tell my disciples to shut up, the very rocks will cry out. He's saying, man, this movement's gone too far. I can't stop it by trying to squelch a few people. All nature's been caught up into this movement. It's on the move. And if these people hush, the rocks will take up the song of freedom. And first thing you know, the Confederate monument in the square will start singing, "We shall overcome." I stand here in support of this petition and the removal of this petition, which again I say is not named after absolutely anybody. I pray that this board will have the gumption and the wherewithal to make a decision that certainly can have promising and lasting effects on this county. Again, as I close, the NAACP stands here to tell you that we are in support of this petition. And we want to see the removal of the Confederate statue in Bowling Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Fields.
Good evening, Chairman Sealy, Vice Chair Thomas, members of the board. I will keep my comments very short and brief because so many people in this audience have eloquently stated the history associated with it, the united voice of this community. But as a resident, Dr. Joandra Allensfeld of the Reedy Church District, I did sign that petition and I have passed that petition along as well because I am in agreement with all that has been stated in terms of removing that statue from the Bowling Courthouse lawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rollins-Feld.
Good evening, Chairman and Vice Chair, as well as the Board of Supervisors of Caroline County. I'm Vanessa Ware. I've been a resident of this county all my life, in 70 years. I've been a teacher here at Caroline County, retired a few years ago. I love Caroline County. I grew up behind the statue at the courthouse. There were two families, Black families in this community and in Bowling Green, and we were one. It breaks my heart to have gone through the 60s, not being able to go to the movies here except to go upstairs. I remember when it changed. So I'm here today to ask you to remove anything in Caroline County that represents slavery. And my great-grandparents, my grandparents were slaves. We have contributed much to the county. As a result, I feel that it's time. It's time for this country to get together. I have many friends of every race, many students of every race. And I think it's time to set the example as a Board of Supervisors. I thank you. I do support and have written my name on the petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ware. Anyone else wishing to speak?
My name is Sharika Twiner. I am a resident here in Caroline County from the Radisson District. And while I was not aware of the petition, I also support it. And hearing these individuals speak about the history of our nation and us moving forward, I, again, can reiterate that I do support this petition as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Twiver. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Last call, anyone wishing to speak? I'm now going to close public hearing. Or public comment, I'm sorry, public comment. Public hearing's coming up next. Next on the agenda is public.
Mr. Seeley, before you do the next thing, do we want to address the petition at our next board meeting, put it on the agenda for our next board meeting so the board can discuss it?
Well, we have a couple of options with this particular item granted to us by the General Assembly. One is a public hearing that will go on, or we could actually go to referendum and let the whole county, because one of the citizens actually pointed out that the statue is donated to the residents of the county. And I've spoken to a number of people, some who wish the monument to remove and others that wish the monument to stay. I think it would be prudent to let everybody have a voice. It would be the democratic way, and it's a non-binding resolution. So no matter what the outcome is, the Board of Supervisors can still do what the wishes of everybody who comes out to do. I mean, to get rid of the statue or keep it. I've heard everybody's comments. I'm not from Virginia. I'm from up north, as is Mr. Black. All of this is kind of new to me. I haven't witnessed statues like this before where I'm from. But we have to make that decision this evening if we're going to make it to go to referendum, because it would have to actually be in by the 15th of August.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Underwood.
with all due respect, I think there is a process. But if this board is going to stand united for justice, our voices must be heard. My father watched his brother hang from a tree in 1902. My father was 7 years old. My father was an old man, but a wise man. We have endured and endured and endured. And I listen. There is no place for evil in this county, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, or the United States. This board needs to stand and speak loudly that this monument must be removed. Not next year, but we need to get it a vote from this board immediately to say that this monument must come down. Where it goes, I don't care. It can rest where it needs to rest. It does not belong, as was said, on the steps of the courthouse, in front of the courthouse, where justice should always prevail. That's my comment, Mr. Chairman, and I do support this.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Underwood,
Yeah.
You've been in touch with someone, I think, from the Sons of Confederate Veterans or something like that?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Thomas. I did talk to a gentleman who was part of the Sons of the Confederacy, and they realized where we are in the United States. They don't want the monument destroyed. They were hoping that they could come and make a plea to the board that it be they be allowed to have it on private property. I think they have some type of museum, I guess, that they be able to take ownership of the monument. I don't know how that would work, but they recognize where we are in our times in the United States.
Mrs. Long?
Mr. Sealy, your idea is certainly a viable one in that we're only 12 months away, and that gives everyone who part of the county a chance to voice an opinion. I'm also concerned that we need to do some more research, such as Mr. Underwood has already undertaken. We also need to look at the legality of moving it, the process of moving it. And because I represent my constituents, and this was not on tonight's agenda, so anyone for or against has not had a chance to call me. I have had some phone calls both ways, actually, that maybe we do put it on next month's agenda and decide. We'll have more information. We'll know what the legalities are, what the process is for removal, what the courthouse, I would assume we have to get permission from the courthouse, the judge. I think more research needs to be done, and I think to be fair to everyone, because it was not on the agenda for tonight, that we let through video and YouTube, people will know they can reach out to their supervisors. They could be here next month, and then we either decide to go ahead and do it, or we decide to put it on a referendum. But to be fair to all our citizens, I think they need to know that this is being discussed.
You can tell us the legality of, for the General Assembly, the local body has authority as of July 1st.
Well, right, we have authority and we have two methods for actual removal. One is a public hearing and one is a referendum. I'm just pointing out that there are two methods to do this, and the referendum method has to be in by the people of office. Those are our two methods, and those are our options, and we have to go through the process. It's actually stated in the code.
I know to put anything on the courthouse, saying we have to petition for the judge, and then we have to figure out how we're going to do it, and who's going to move it. And so I'm just saying, give everybody a fair chance. We don't have to do it. No.
Oh, nobody said anything about tonight. I asked, since we heard from a lot of people, and they've got a petition with 1,200 signatures, that we should probably discuss it at our next board.
Mr. Sealy, would this be a situation? I don't know if this be a situation we want a special meeting, because a regular meeting, I think this would take a little amount of time to have a special meeting, maybe before be focused on this, so that way we wouldn't have any other business.
We could actually schedule a special meeting to do that.
Before, what's the deadline for? I mean, if we chose to go the referendum round, what is the deadline for a referendum?
15 August, I believe.
And when's our next meeting?
11th of August.
Saturday.
Well, that's just the date. Mr. Emerson?
If I could chime in, it's not an either or decision. You're allowed to have a referendum, but the referendum is not decisive, and the referendum is not in lieu of the public hearing process. The statute says something along the lines of you can petition the court for a referendum, but that is preparatory to having the public hearing and the other process. So you still have to go through the 30-day notice of a public hearing and having the hearing. So it's not either or. It's just it gives you advice or context or whatever the citizens might want you to do. as a majority, but you still have to go through that public hearing process. And that's actually pretty clear in the statute.
Okay.
Direction.
So if the referendum is non-binding, I won't. Well, we're the ones having the public. I understand that, but have the public hearing would have to make it go be a vote at some point. I mean, I assume if the referendum comes up, correct me if I'm wrong. If the referendum is 55-45, if it's non-binding, the board of supervisors technically could go against that, right? So that's
correct.
But if you have a public hearing and then the board of supervisors votes, that's a binding vote.
Correct.
Bottom line is the board of supervisors has the final authority.
The bottom line is that the board can decide to do whatever it wants to do. It just has to go through that process, and neither the referendum nor the public hearing is binding on it.
Right. I mean, it's just, yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Either way, we got to have a public hearing.
Then I'm not sure the ordinance says 30 days. Isn't our normal public hearing 14?
No, it's the statute says that you have to give notice 30 days before the public hearing on it, and then I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. There's another, I think it's another 30-day period where after you make a decision, you receive, assuming the decision is to remove the monument, then you have another 30 days to receive offers from various organizations to take it. And then whatever your decision is regarding all of that is binding. It's a little vague in that area, but yeah, you need to advertise and then wait 30 days. You need to advertise 30 days before the public hearing. So you could approve a public hearing tonight for a meeting 30 days from now.
Move our August 11th meeting back.
Well, just looking at the calendar.
Yeah, today's the 14th.
Correct.
And our next meeting is August 11th. If we move our August 11th meeting back to the 18th, that's 30 days of advertisement.
Yeah, it's got to be from the ad date.
Ad date will be tomorrow.
Right.
No, it's not Dawn. It would be Mr. Cully and Mr. Hart.
Yeah, in either case, if we move the August meeting to the 18th, that gives them the rest of the week to get the ad in.
We still missed the referendum date, so it doesn't matter.
But we just went through the referendum. It's going to be non-binding, so we're going to have a public hearing instead of having a referendum. Because we're going to miss the referendum.
We're going to miss it. Right.
You could also, if you were worried about time in terms of time spent in public comments and time for doing your regular business, you could also set a special meeting and do it.
Mr. Cully. That's what you were saying. Mr.
Yes. In that our building's closed, can we set the public hearing for the 25th, which is 2 weeks following the 11th? We have some zoning cases that we don't want to put off that are economic development that are scheduled for the 11th.
Fine. So you're saying,
and so in order to, it's hard to do board packets back to back, but if we could, and that would give us plenty of time to get the ad in and make sure we've met the 30-day deadline. Do it on the 25th of August, do our regular meeting on the 11th.
and the 25th meeting would just be for this purpose.
It would only be for this purpose.
So the 11th meeting we would cover just county
11th
business.
is all our zoning
County
stuff,
business,
and
county
then
business,
regular
right.
stuff. We already have a lot of things planned for a meeting or so out from a time we have a meeting. So we have zoning things that are
right
that we plan to do. We can not do them, but those are economic development things.
But our other dilemma is the number of people in the room. So public comment is going to be if it's large, we're going to have to work out another method for doing it, which was going to be another set of issues.
Right, but still give us that, the 25th will give us time to get that done too, if you would be.
You need to turn mics on because
What I was saying is you probably had that same issue for today because I'm sure there are probably some people in the parking lot that didn't come in or people that wanted to come.
well, yeah, we're going to have probably a large number of people that come, and I don't know how we're going to have a logistic plan for how we're going to actually everybody may as well be ready to stay for 4, 5, 6 hours to hear public hearing.
That's fine. I mean,
No, I understand. I'm just being realistic.
So we don't have 30 days from now till our next meeting. We do have 30 days if we move it back to the 25th, which gives you all next week to get the ad in, which then has 30 days from there.
And we can also encourage those that have time to write letters stating how they feel, just like as a petition, but be truthful letters. So that we can know that for health reasons don't want to come out.
Other board member comments?
We're concerned about space or security or anything else. November 4th, 5th, everybody's going to be in the boat.
Say that again,
I'm not going to be at the polls.
November 3rd is election day.
Yeah, I'm voting early, so I'm not going to be there. And I think a lot of people will, but.
And it'll be on the ballot when you vote early.
Well, I think we got a plan now. Let's go with the plan.
Is that a motion, Mr. Thomas?
There's the plan to do both.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Underwood,
I'd like to make a motion that we take up the business of the referendum or public hearing on August 25th as a special meeting and have our regular scheduled meeting on August 11th.
Just a public hearing. Just a public hearing on the 25th.
On 25th, yeah.
Just a public hearing.
Correct.
Second.
I have a motion to second discussion, Mr. Black.
Mr. Underwood, you had mentioned the public hearing, but the only problem is the referendum. What's the date on the referendum? When does the referendum have to be?
No, he's saying just public hearing.
He said referendum.
Just correct.
I'll change it to the public hearing, Mr. Black.
Any further discussion? Hear none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Next on the agenda is RZ05.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a time for that?
It'll be in the ad, so it'll probably be 6 o'clock. Mr. Fincham?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your first public hearing tonight is RZ 05-2019. I will abbreviate it by saying Mushtak, and Akhtar. The owners of the property are requesting a rezoning from rural preservation with a density of 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres of land to B1 business with no specified density on tax map 26-A-30. Subject property contains approximately 1.02 acres of land and is located on the east side of US Route 1 Jefferson Davis Highway at the Caroline Spotsylvania County line in the Port Royal voting district. The proposed use is business and specifically in Caroline County, it would be related to a potential used auto sales facility and minor auto repair. Several months ago, the county staff was notified that there was a commercial project being constructed at the Caroline Spotsylvania County line. Staff went up to the site, identified that in fact there was site development that appeared to include a portion of the property in Caroline County. County staff notified the owner of the property as well as Spotsylvania County and determined that a site plan had been submitted to Spotsylvania County for the establishment of a used auto sales facility in Spotsylvania County. Site plan did include that portion of Caroline County and identified potential elements related to the used auto establishment, including vehicle display area, employee parking, as well as a potential auto repair facility on the Caroline County property. Subject to staff notification of the applicant has prepared and submitted an application for rezoning of the property to B1 to allow a portion of the used car establishment and repair facility on the property in Caroline County. The Planning Commission held its public hearing on the request. We did not meet for a couple of months due to the COVID-19 situation and the governor's orders related to assembly. During that process, the commission did ask staff to look at the possibility of a boundary adjustment with Spotsylvania County out of concern about issues related to the property being split by the two counties. Staff has had discussions internally as well as with our counterparts in Spotsylvania County. We've been advised that any request to Spotsylvania County would need to be accompanied by some type of support from the Caroline County Board of Supervisors should the board be interested in pursuing that option. Notwithstanding that, the Planning Commission did forward this request to the board with the recommendation of approval. You have in your packet as a supplement the proffer statement that was submitted by the applicant, which has been executed. Staff did not have the opportunity to review that prior to the preparation of the staff report, so that was included as an addendum.
Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Fincher, you said that Spotsylvania would require support from the county. Can you define support?
What we've been advised, it would be at least a letter indicating that the county would be supportive of evaluating and discussing a boundary line adjustment with Spotsylvania.
There was nothing financial considered at all, right?
No financial consideration, no, sir. Thank you.
Other questions before I open the public hearing? I'm gonna open the public hearing and then we'll go from there. Anyone wishing to speak on RZ 05-2019? And typically there's the name of these, but I don't see that. Request for zoning rural preservation, 1 density per 10 acres to B1 business on tax map 26A30. Anyone wishing to speak? Public hearing is now open.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Steve Judy. I'm an attorney from Spotsylvania. I represent the owners who have come forward with this application for rezoning. I'm going to do my best here. You can't really see what I've written down here. But I didn't even bring myself on here. But we're here in a sense because of, I would just say, an accident. As the gentleman spoke earlier, my clients had purchased this property without knowledge that the property was split by the Caroline-Spotsylvania line. They turned the project over to an engineer who we would have thought would have brought that to their attention, but it was not brought to their attention. Spotsylvania approved their site plan for the work. The work began, and not until someone intelligent enough from Caroline County came forward and presented to them that the problem existed. So the clients were left with two options. One, which was to reconfigure the project solely on the Spotsylvania side of the property, or to come to Caroline and ask for a rezoning of the smaller portion of the property that sits in Caroline. In effect, it would have cost my clients more to reconfigure the project to take up what had already been put down and move it than it would be to come to Caroline County. It also is a lot more pleasant working with folks in Caroline than it is in Spotsylvania. So that's why we're here. I would ask you to take a look at I don't have it in front of me, but one of the maps that it's an overhead map or an aerial shot showing where this property is located. As you see, the front portion of the Caroline property, there's a little triangle there that has already been cleared in a sense. The rest of the 1.02 acres that's in Caroline County toward the back still has trees on it, is still unused in a sense. It is only this smaller portion of the Caroline property that is being used, and the reason that it needs to be used is because under Spotsylvania's requirements, there has to be a certain number of parking spaces in order for the business to operate. And those additional spaces were put on the Caroline side. There is an old building on the Caroline side, which my clients intended to use as a place to detail cars and to do minor repair. The only repair work that will be done on this site is to the cars that are part of the inventory of the car sales. There will not be any public mechanical work done. In other words, you can't bring your car there for an oil change or an inspection or things of that nature. It's only the cars that are part of the inventory that will be repaired or detailed on that site. I think it's also important to look at the next property down in Caroline County, which I believe is zoned. We don't want to look at. It's zoned rural preservation, but it's only about a 50 to 60 yard, not even that, maybe 100 feet of property on Route 1 before you get to the next property, which is zoned B1 already. So if this is rural preservation, you only have about 150 feet of road frontage on Route 1 that meets this requirement. One of the things that my client has done, we have offered a proffer statement, and I have a correction to that proffer statement. We had promised at the Planning Commission meeting that one of the things that we would proffer was the remaining trees on the property would remain. We wouldn't increase the square footage of the site that has already been disturbed, except in the possibility that if in the later years there was a rebuilding of the existing building on the Caroline side, there might need to be property cleared for the purposes of a drain field or something, or for other construction reasons, but there would not be any significant increase in the square footage of already disturbed land on that site. The other thing that you need to understand is that this property, the only entrance to this property is on the Spotsylvania side. Someone here in the county told me that when you have a piece of property that's divided by the county line in Caroline County, that's considered technically two lots. And so you could technically have two different uses. So you can have on the Spotsylvania side a commercial use and on the Caroline side a residential use. And that's probably the only beneficial use of the portion that's on the Caroline side in its current zoning. But in order to access the residential property, you would have to drive through the commercial property on the Spotsylvania side. And that, in a sense, creates a real serious problem because basically that means that the Caroline portion of the property would be unusable except by the owner of the Spotsylvania side. And I don't know, other than maybe the owner himself who might want to build a house or put a mobile home on the Caroline side, would have any benefit from it. So if we do not rezone the property, we've effectively cut off that 1 acre to any reasonable use. As the gentleman said, I've talked to the assessment office in Spotsylvania to try to understand how a property that's split by the boundary line is dealt with in regards to assessment and taxation. His basic response to me, and this is Eddie Tolley, who's been with the county for years, his basic response is, well, it's highest and best use. So if Spotsylvania is going to allow it to be a commercial property, but Caroline is not, then the basis of the assessment is on what's being done on the Spotsylvania side. And if the board refuses to rezone it, then the county is going to lose potential tax revenue by leaving it rural preservation. So from a tax standpoint, it certainly is beneficial to the county to rezone this property. And please understand, I don't know if he made it clear enough to you that rezoning it doesn't mean that the use will be allowed. We still have to come back to you for a special use permit in order to get approval for the use that we intend to put it to. So sort of a double-edged sword here for us. I have copies of the revised proffer statement, if I can hand those out to someone.
Can you just tell us what those revisions are?
The revision would be that the applicant further proffers that it will not remove trees from the back portion of the 1.02 acres and only make commercial use of the portion of the property that is already cleared.
Excuse me. Yeah, why were those not available before the public hearing?
I had sent a proffer to them last week. I'm just saying that the one that was sent last week, I had failed to add in the part about proffering not to do.
So it's a correction, it's not a change.
It's an addition.
Doesn't matter. We can talk about this as we. Are those your comments then?
I have no further, unless for rebuttal purposes.
Correct. We'll let you know if there's anything else. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? This is on RZ 05-2019. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mrs. Long, you have.
Yeah. Oh, I got so
Well,
many things.
I was going to ask one question. Mr. Fincham, I understand that Spotsylvania did an extensive boundary line search and adjustment in the mid-'60s. And they came to Caroline and said if you wanted to pay for part of it, they would have welcomed that. But if not, they were going to go extensively research their boundaries. And they made a number of changes in the county. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
If you actually look at our GIS along the northwestern Caroline County boundary, there are two lines on GIS.
those two lines, I think, are reflective of the changes that were made that you are referring to.
In the mid 60s. So it's no secret what those, I guess that's my point, is those lines are well defined in GIS.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How far apart are the two lines?
Depends where you are.
It depends, but my recollection is that Caroline lost a significant amount of land to Spotsylvania during this process.
But if there's two lines, which one is right?
The line, the line further south, which is the line that cuts through this property, is the line that is based upon that 1960 something adjustment. Otherwise, the line would have been further north on Route 1.
But you're saying our GIS has two lines, one that is what Spotsylvania says is the adjustment and one that was, or what's the story?
No, one which shows the original boundary line and the line that was approved through the adjustment process, however that occurred.
All right, in spite of what the board may think, I wasn't on the board in the 60s, so I had nothing to do with that.
Nor was I present.
But the point is that those boundaries have been well researched and well documented in that whole area, because there was a pretty good battle that went on between Carolina and Spotsylvania at the time over boundary lines and the adjustments.
Was that battle fought out in court?
Pardon?
Was that battle fought out in court?
I don't know the details. I know whether it was an annexation, whether it was that the boundary was ultimately decided by the courts because there was a dispute. I don't have that historical knowledge. I could do some research on that and get.
Could you please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It could have been done by agreement also, although I have no clue. I wasn't involved either.
Mrs. Long, you are set to go.
I am so sorry to your client that you got mismatched with Spotsylvania. However, I am going to ask you a question, if you would, concerning what your client would like to do when I finish these statements. First, I don't believe they didn't know we have property in Caroline County, because we better have been sending out tax bills. And as far as I know, there's no tax due on this property. I looked it up on our GIS. I didn't see any red flags. So I also know that the property owner was asked not to do any improvements on the Caroline side until the public hearing, and we have parking lots. I also know that the quote building that is going to be the repair shop is more of a shed for garden tools that sort of looks like I could kick it and it would fall down. Spotsylvania is going to get the sales tax on these cars, and we're going to go to junkyard for repairs. So I am sorry that your client got put into this position. I'm not worried about access to your other property, because you can always do a right of way or an easement if he decides to do something different back there. And of course, he could come and try to take other actions, I suppose. But if he wants to get into business, we're looking at a few parking places. So we're looking at a building that he wants to repair and work on his cars in, which this building is not sufficient for. He's got all the room on the other side of the county in Spotsylvania. It was to me like the business-wise thing to do is to move those parking spaces and build an appropriate shed for a business in Spotsylvania. I am not going to recommend this rezoning. It's Spotsylvania got you into this. Work with them. I am open to discussing with this board the possibility of a boundary line exchange adjustment. but that has to come from Spotsylvania. And I will be more than happy to help the board member on this piece of property and ask them to work with you all on this to either get you moving faster or to do a property exchange and contact our staff. But as it stands now, in my opinion, board, this is not something we need to get involved in. And that would be and so what I would need to know from the representative is if you would prefer me to make a motion for denial or a motion to defer this for 60 or 90 days so that you have time to work with Spotsylvania.
Certainly, if it's in your district and you're going to make a motion to deny, I certainly would ask you for make further decisions and maybe provide you with some additional information that might.
And I think Spotsylvania is willing to work with you on doing some things or work with a property exchange with Caroline.
Yes, I spoke with the director of planning and he basically said that, you know, certainly there's a moratorium on annexation, but I don't believe that necessarily applies.
No, we're talking boundary line adjustment, swapping
boundary line
type
adjustment
of
or
thing.
swapping of property.
But they can contact us. My staff's not going to work to fix your problem, but they can work it.
Correct. Correct.
So,
well, annexation was the word that was thrown around by the planning department.
But that's not happening.
so would you like 60 or 90 days? How many days do you need?
I would ask that you delay it at least for 60 days.
Okay, I can go further if you need. 60. Further now.
I'm sure my clients would like to move it along as fast as possible. 60 days should be enough to resolve. If for some reason you come into roadblocks, you would ask.
Okay, very good. And as I said, I'll be glad to speak with the supervisor in Spotsylvania and seek help with this, but my staff doesn't put in their time into this.
Mr. Forehand's light's been on and I just
I'm sorry.
didn't get to it.
Yes, Mr. Fitch. We keep going back and forth.
Don't be finished like that because that stuff will take. There's no switch on that. Oh, I can probably do it from here.
Yes, sir. For parking spaces, is it the use of the parking spaces would require it to be rezoned?
The use of the property for a commercial use, which includes the parking, whether it's for display or employee parking, requires rezone. Our ordinance doesn't have provisions where you can use RP property as an accessory to some other type of use.
How about the septic system that was mentioned down the road? They want to put a septic system in, or needed to.
Well, one of the other county issues is from the Spotsylvania side, it's served by Spotsylvania County Utilities.
They have utilities that far?
They have service from Spotsylvania County Utilities, is my understanding. So that portion in the property in Caroline, unless the board agreed to an extension of Spotsy's utilities, would have to be on well and septic for whatever use is there. Now, if they don't have restroom facilities in the repair facility, then they can walk 50 feet to the office and use the restroom there. But if they did make any improvements to that structure, it either requires an agreement with Spotsy to allow the utilities to be extended or on-site well and septic.
Those are my two. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mrs. Long?
I would move that we defer this for 60 days to give the likely time to work at something.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
What, we are going to talk about the profit change.
No. We call it spots a day, but spots a day is to contact us, correct, Mike? It has to be initiated by spots a day.
Yeah, we're not gonna, my point is, we're not just gonna carve this.
No, we're
piece of
not
land
giving
out
it
and
to
give it
them.
to spots of land.
No, they have to do an exchange. I already told them that.
It's my understanding that Spotsy is going to want some indication from Caroline that the Caroline County Board is willing to consider the boundary adjustment. So whether that's a conversation between you and Mr. Marshall or something in writing,
So I will add to my motion to authorize staff to seek the spots payment. Let me know if you need me.
I just don't want this to take an inordinate amount of time.
Right.
1 acre or less.
Just initiate and then turn it over to them, please.
Mr. Black, will you amend your second? All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. Friendly amendments to both. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Second on the public hearing this evening is proposed amendment to fiscal year 2020-2021 Caroline budget to reflect revenues received from the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act of 2020, better known as to all of us as CARES. I guess that is going to be Mr. Pollard.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As you're aware, the Code of Virginia requires when the county increases its budget by 1% or more, I think it actually in excess of 1%, you're required to have a public hearing. The county's receipt of the nearly $2.7 million in CARES Act funding from the federal government meets that threshold, and therefore we have advertised this public hearing as required by state law. We've given you some broad categories for the proposed spending that were in place at the time the ad was prepared, which have been amended somewhat since then, and we'll get into that discussion in another agenda item in detail. But again, this public hearing is required to amend the budget by more than 1%.
I will now open the public hearing for the proposed amendment for fiscal 2021 Caroline County budget. Anyone wishing to speak?
Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Rollins.
Jesse Rollins, County District. Not quite sure what we can speak on with the CARES. I'm a little behind because I'm following stuff at school. But nonetheless, I'd like to take this opportunity to say, whatever, I know there's a need within our school budget within the CARES money. So I'd like to encourage the board to look at what the school has asked for and what the school needs. This is an opportunity for all of us to work together and especially to look out for our children. It is a stressful time for families, stressful time for all of us, but especially our children. And I would encourage the boards to work together so that at least the children can feel that in spite of everything that's going on in the world, at least the governing bodies in Caroline County care for the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rollins. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good evening, Chairman Seeley, Vice Chair Thomas, members of the board, and Mr. Cully. On behalf of the schools, we had presented our information to Mr. Cully as a revision. The first amounts came over as 265 as to expenditures we had already incurred as of May. Of course, with the governor's announcement that schools will plan to re-entry, there are a lot of items on our list that we have proposed that are needed in order for us to open safely: sanitizer, plexiglass, technology devices, and on and on. So it is in the board packet. We are requesting 1.1 million of CARES funding for consideration, and all the items are detailed in the board packet by item number.
We'll get into discussion. Right. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else?
Good evening, Board. My name is Mark Farrell. I'm from the Madison District. Mr. Chairman, I didn't come to speak about this, but I just come from the community parent meeting over at the school, and as a person who is managing a $10 million coronavirus fund for the state, I realize the challenges that you have and the needs and how great they are, especially since you didn't receive the mandatory funding that some of the other large counties received. But the plan that I saw at the school was very well thought out, probably the best that I've seen proposed so far to the state, and it was presented to the community. So I just would encourage you to look at it. I don't know if this stat is correct, but it's the first time I've heard it. Caroline County is the #1 employer. The county schools is the #1 employer for Caroline County. Is that true? And if that's true, then we'll definitely take that into consideration too. And plus,
it is for most rural counties.
So, and then for, I didn't know we were rural, but for most of the people here, we have kids. And so, I don't know what's more important than that for whoever votes. All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing nobody, I will close the public hearing on the CARES Act funding. I guess we will move on to, see, I think that is, Mr. Cully, I see this as action. But is the action on this or on agenda item number 7? Right. We have to approve the 2.6 million.
Correct.
To add it to the budget. And then the actual application of that, I think, is 7, which is what I was grappling when you were saying that. I was reading going, but I see action, but it is a budgetary item. So this actually.
We amended our budget as presented in the
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. So we've actually added it, which is why I kept going back looking at that. I'm like, yeah, but everything was in 7. Correct. We are agenda item number 6. Is staff going to present this? Okay. Usually staff presents. Okay.
Okay. Chair Seeley, Vice Chair Floyd, thank you all for having this evening, members of the board. I don't, okay, that's fine. I'm here to speak to you all this evening about the Caroline family, I can't talk to this one, sorry. The Caroline Family YMCA's childcare, all day care that we would be working with CCPS to provide for teachers. So you can go ahead, David. Basically, the topics we're going to cover are our processes that we are proposing and what we are currently enacting in our summer care program to ensure safe all-day care for students of Caroline County. First, we would like to talk about our guidelines. Basically, our check-in screen is children come in and they are screened in. Their parents stay in the car. We check their temperatures. We ask them a series of COVID-related questions to ensure that they are in a healthy manner to attend the programs. These symptoms and these questions will change as the CDC guidelines and the governor's guidelines change as well. Staff for the YMCA will also be screened. They will have temperature checks. They will wear gloves. They will be asked the same series of questions, and they will be, all of this information will be logged and kept on track for health department guidelines and CDC as well. And then also our staff will be asked everyday questions regarding the COVID-19. Again, these will change with the CDC guidelines and the governor's guidelines as well. Our check-in and check-out of procedures are designed to limit access for parents inside and outside of the facilities at the school. We will also work with CCPS staff to ensure that all of these guidelines are in line with the school's procedures as well. So parents will come in, they will stay in the car again, they will screen their children. The checkout procedure is they will be given a phone number, they call the phone, and our staff walks the student out to the car. So it is minimal access to all of the school facilities as well. Isolation. If a child does develop a fever over 100.4 or higher, the child will be isolated immediately. So on all of the sites, we will be looking for an isolation room. This will limit the access to other students, and the parents will be called immediately. Katie Bates is our SAC manager, and she would be the one facilitating any isolation instances. That way we can immediately notify our HR department as well as the health department. The area that the child was in will immediately be cleaned. During this program, because it is an all-day care, children will be having meals. So Caroline YMCA is working with CCPS. We are trying to determine whether meals will be provided by parents or whether meals will be provided by the schools. But there will be a cleaning mechanism in place for all areas where children eat, as we know that areas will need to stay sanitized. Our healthy environments. This basically goes over the cleaning guidelines that we will be implementing as the YMCA. So when we have these children in care, this will be our responsibility, not those of the school. So the Y will provide the cleaning supplies and the cleaning routines. We will keep logs in place that shows the areas have been wiped down, cleaned, and these logs will be kept on file with the YMCA. Should any outbreak occur, we'll have documentation for the health department. We use all EPA standard household disinfectants, as well as alcohol that is at least 70%. As any guidelines change by the CDC or the health department, we will change our cleaning guidelines as well. Hand washing is an essential part of this program. So all staff and students are instructed to wash hands. We have signage that shows children how to wash hands as well as our staff. And basically we will have certain points of the day, depending on what children have been involved in, that there will be set hand washing times. Social distancing, we have a ratio in our all-day care programs of 1 to 12. So we are keeping the 6-foot social distancing. This is done in a lot of ways, from 6-foot tables to hula hoops. We've gotten very creative, touchless tag. So the YMCA, since we have been doing this for the crew program, which started in March when the pandemic started, we've had a lot of time to get creative about how we can keep our children physically active, learning environment, and socially distanced. So that's what we will have in place as well. That kind of covers some of the same thing, outside play. It's amazing the fact that children are just excited to be able to see each other and be around each other. So the 6-foot distancing has not been an issue. We have tape marks that we put on the floor that allow children to stay distanced from each other as well. The childcare need, which brings me to the major point that I'm here to speak to you all this evening. What we are asking of the board is the YMCA was awarded $20,000 for the Power Scholars program. And as a result of COVID-19, that program was not able to happen. So since childcare all day need is a need for our teachers, the YMCA is asking the board if you could reallocate those $20,000 in funds to go towards the all day childcare program. Right now, these are the numbers that were provided from the teachers. There's a survey that went out. So this is information for CCPS staff only. And these are the numbers of children that, for example, CHS, a teacher at the high school will have 2 children in 1st grade. So when you look at the numbers, it actually totals 53. I did do a typo. It should have been 32 at Bowling Green instead of 23. So what we're proposing is, based on these numbers, we would combine the care at Bowling Green Elementary School as well as Lewis and Clark, because those are central locations, and we currently provide care in those schools as well. So this program would give the teachers the much needed assistance that they need to return back to work and ensure that their children are in safe environment. The $20,000 we're looking to use to offset these rates that you see here. And these rates are based on, again, it being CCPS employees only. And the $20,000 would, again, help families with financial assistance, because I'm sure we all realize that all day care is not a care that any of the teachers plan for. In fact, this is one of the main reasons that they are teachers, so that they don't have care. Did you have a question, Ms. Long? Yes. Okay. So basically, that's our presentation, and that's the current numbers. I believe it's, I think it was like 16 to 17% of the teachers would be interested in free childcare. That comes from the fact that the YMCA did fund the crew program when the pandemic hit. We were able to fundraise $100,000 for the crew care, which provided care to essential workers. So when this idea came into concept, we would love to be able to help teachers out with this cost. But as you know, the Y would not be able to fundraise that total amount. So that $100,000, just to kind of give you an idea of how long that worked, it was for about 6 weeks at about 50 to 75 children that we were able to cover care with $100,000. So the YMCA is actively fundraising to raise money to help support this, help it to go towards financial assistance. We know that all teachers won't be able to receive it for free at this time, but we would like to help offset the cost as much as we can, and the $20,000 from Power Scholars would be a help with that. Any questions?
Mrs. Long?
I'm just curious. You're saying all day care, but we're going kindergarten and up. Aren't the students, will they be in class?
It's based on the virtual learning, because the model that the school has proposed, children will only go 2 days a week, and then the other 3, they will not go. So it's a need that did not present itself when children were in school 5 days.
But the daycare is it being done at the YMCA or at the schools?
We're proposing that it be done at the schools. We're looking at using spaces. We're working with the school right now. We have a meeting on Thursday to facilitate space options, empty classrooms, cafeterias. We're really trying to get creative with the number of students that we have to ensure that we have a large enough space for social distancing. The school, we are even discussing them possibly working with us to provide pairs because, again, on those off days, the students will still be responsible for learning. It's not a camp day. It is an actual all-day care where learning will still need to happen. So we are working together in our partnership to get creative to make this work for the teachers and their children.
Mr. Black?
So the rates I'm seeing here, the aftercare only, before and after, both, that's with the $20,000?
Well, that's what it would cost for a participant to be in the program at this time.
With
So
the
that is not discounted at all. Yes, that is. So what we would do is we would look at the $20,000. We would evaluate families based on their financial assistance needs, and the $20,000 would help offset the cost.
So
this is the price if the person paid full rate. Yes.
So if we didn't give the $20,000, this is the price, or it is.
So basically, if right now we have about 53 participants.
Right.
So what we would say is the teachers would come to us and we would say, okay, this is your rate if we have no funding. If we were able to raise the $20,000, we would look at lowering the rate. It would help us with supplies. It would help us with things that it would take the onus off of the Y. So we would reduce the cost.
Well, I guess my proposal to the board, I think this is a good thing. I mean, but it's also, this has to do with the school system too. I mean, these are teachers' kids. And I suggest that if we're going to do this, I would like to see the school system put some money in to help you out too. Just because of the fact, I would like a motion from us to have some matching money from the schools, because this is helping out their employees.
My question is, Ben, can we do this for just employees?
I have an answer. Oh, I don't know the legal answer, but
I'm asking.
Okay.
No, we haven't. They don't have the money yet. We're in a new budget year.
Well, they have the money, but we
budgeted. It's in the budget.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Is Ben there?
I think he's on mute.
The money is encumbered.
Sure.
And the school is also looking at the potential of opening it up to the community. From the WISE perspective, we've done a survey for community children that are currently in our before and after school program, and we have about 18 additional students that would need the care. The issue that we're dealing with is space. So again, the school is looking at areas that we could bring in more children. Should that not happen, the YMCA is prepared. We would be able to host 12 children for the same program at our location. So if it is an issue of funding having to apply to other children, then the $20,000 would be spread out amongst other children.
Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
It only shows K through 5 when you're in the spreadsheet.
Yes. If you look at the spreadsheet, you'll see like 1/6.
Yeah. I was actually concerned.
Pre-K?
Yes.
Yes, we did have a discussion about pre-K, but just due to the social distancing guidelines in our model, we are not able to provide that care at this time. It is something that our Y in Fredericksburg is working with Stafford County on. So once they've nailed down that model and we can see if it's something that would work. But I think in the survey, we had one child in pre-K that was interested. So depending on the efforts that we would have to put in place to allow a pre-K child to be social distance and then having them with older children, I'm not sure that it would work for us.
And thank you. Do you know what the return rate for the survey was?
For the teachers?
Yep.
And
was it just teachers? Or
yes, the survey went out to
staff?
this. I'm sorry, all staff. It's all CCPS staff.
Okay.
And then we also, like I said, we did it for YMCA participants that are currently in the YMCA program, but they are not in these numbers. Okay. That would be an additional 18 children.
And I'm sorry, I didn't get the rate.
492 teachers returned the survey.
Staff.
From yes, I keep saying teachers, staff.
Okay.
I know they catch me on that all the time, but I'm just like teacher. Yes,
Okay.
staff.
So that's a pretty good. That's you're over 90% with that that ratio. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to first commend Ms. Twine on her effort in working collaboratively with schools. I do understand Mr. Black's concern, wishing that we could open it up to additional to the community. But of course, again, she mentioned space. I just think we should support efforts like this. The why is an integral part. It's what we asked for it to be. I'm totally 100% in support of allowing them to use that 20,000 for this program. And I just say thank you, Ms. Twiner, for putting this together.
Thank you.
Do we want to do a match? Do we want to do a match?
My only concern is the parents that are going to come to me that are paying for daycare and go, they want support for daycare because they're not on that side of the county, and you're only going to have a limited number of children you could do at Bowling Green Elementary. So I guess that's why I was asking Mr. Emerson, what happens when we get other daycares or daycare providers that want funds to reduce their cost to parents that they actually watch kids for with county employees or fire and rescue employees or anybody. And I don't have a good answer for that. That's why I was asking Mr. Emerson. I understand we can give money to the YMCA to do whatever they want, but we're sitting up here saying that it's for daycare and it's just for teachers and it's not for county employees or fire and rescue, and I don't know the answer to that.
We are also working with the schools. There is a licensing program, as this is a licensed program by Department of Social Services. So we are working with the school system to be licensed in all facilities. We are currently only licensed in Lewis and Clark and Bowling Green, but what that would allow us to do is that should something happen and we need additional space, that would allow us to look at that program as well. So we are working on getting licensed. That does take process a lot of time. So that's why we're focusing on the elementary schools that we are currently licensed in.
What about the daycare providers that are licensed, that we do have folks going to from the county?
I'm sorry?
We have licensed daycare providers all over the county. I mean, there are several that are going to say, well, I could cut my price to bring in children. I mean, I have kids that I'm watching for county employees, residents of the county. I'm just looking at the divide.
I understand.
And I don't know that I have a warm, fuzzy answer for anybody on how I did this for just teachers other than the Y is offered to do it, which may be the right answer. That's why I was asking Mr. Emerson, did we ever get him back?
No, he's still hiding.
Yeah, Taco Bell.
David, is he still on?
He's on, but he's muted.
Oh, he's muted.
Everybody, somebody's got about to speak out.
I'm just looking for an answer to constituents that ask me the same question that have licensed daycare providers today that I can't answer.
We couldn't give money to a for-profit business anyway, could we? Yeah. No, I'm addressing what Mr. Seals is.
But this money's still sitting in last year's budget. All they're asking for is, since the project we gave that one-time money to didn't happen, could they take that money now and use it to help with daycare and teachers?
Once again, my question is, if this is going to be helping teachers' kids, and we've already leveraged the money of 20,000, I mean, you could reduce these numbers even further if the school system gave some sort of match.
Well, it's also open to bus drivers and
Their staff.
cleaners.
Their staff.
Staff.
Yeah, I think that if you look at the sheet, it covers maintenance, it covers high school. Yeah, so it does cover all staff.
That's why I say, why don't we just get That's what I was asking. But there has to be something to do why and what they're going to do.
$20,000 match. Match it. Have them go $20,000 match contingent. $20,000 match from them.
He can, Mr. Cully, they're talking about a contingent match on what we give the schools, contingently match it.
We did that with the Beta Club.
That hurts the YMCA though. I mean, if they don't do it, I would love for them to match the 20,000. I think the YMCA would be ecstatic, but I wouldn't want to hold the YMCA hostage for the 20,000 that we would give them to make this program work.
The YMCA would be ecstatic.
We can't. Yeah, we can't. Let's just give the YMCA the $20,000, which is already encumbered, and tell them that they have the money for a summer program, but since the summer program's not being used, you can use it for a daycare program.
Right.
And then we give the schools, even though they have unaudited, the schools knew there were some savings from substitutes. We could give them the authority to spend $20,000 of that money if they wanted to, or whatever sum, to put towards a match or whatever they felt they, comfortable on matching.
Mr. Cully, you must have something to say. You're standing up. Right.
So I would just appropriate the 21. Ask the schools if they're willing to give some money towards the program. They're here.
Right. It was in,
It's two different budget years.
Right.
Well, if Fran was here, she would say it was already encumbered and then it went back to the county. So now we have to reappropriate it.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. So, all right. We're giving them money
donation
from the
to the
fund
library.
balance that they actually had before. But Mr. Cully, we can also say that even though the school's budget is unaudited for 20, that we could give them the authority to make a contribution of some unfunded, some unspent funds.
We give them authority, doesn't mean they're going to do it.
Well, yeah, that you don't know that they have 20,000 left over.
Well, they said they had 120 from substitutes.
Substitutes, but at the end of the day, if they had state revenue, they could end up closer to zero and we wouldn't know.
All right, I was just trying to help. Motion to appropriate the 20,000 that wasn't used for the summer program that's now been returned and it's in this budget to the YMCA, and I will leave it at that.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Black?
Dr. Pels, since you're right here from the school board, is this something you guys are willing to discuss to help the Y out? You're willing to have that at a school board meeting yes, okay, so they can have that, yes.
They just met yesterday.
I know, but they'll meet again.
You guys gonna meet again before the school starts in August 10th?
August 24th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
School year starts on the 24th.
So there you go.
Okay.
Okay.
I just had one
Mr. Forehand?
accessory question. The eligibility criteria,
Pardoning financial.
the financial,
Right.
is that like household income?
It's household income, number of families, people in the family. We also look at any extenuating circumstances like medical or special needs.
Okay.
So we do have a financial bracket.
And that's part of what you already do anyway. When
Yes, it's part of our Open Doors program, which we did last year for before and after school membership to the tune of about $92,000. So we have a structure in place
You
for that.
have a system for that already.
Yes.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays? Ayes have it. Motion
All right.
carries.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the presentation.
I don't know what's happened to Ben. All right, agenda item number 7, which is this discussion of the proposed use of the Corona Aid Virus Relief and Economic Securities Act of 2020 funds, better known as CARES. We all received a enormous package of spreadsheets to delineate various and sundry needs. Mr. Cully? No luck, okay.
Something must have happened. He was there, then wasn't. And he didn't answer.
His provider maybe, but his cell phone should work.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Man, it is dark down here.
That's why Brian has a flashlight on that cell phone.
Perfect, I guess. We provided a spreadsheet that we had been tallying of requests. We have a requested amount and a proposed amount. The proposed amounts, after we had gone through it, try to figure out what was eligible. We left placeholders in there. You can see for both the town of Port Royal and the town of Bowling Green, although we don't have any requests. The town of Port Royal, we fulfilled their supplies request from our inventory, and I don't know whether they have any other anticipated needs, but Bowling Green, we're still waiting on their request. Don't have anything yet. That's based on population the same way we got it. So yes, so those numbers are the math for their population based on the same data for our population.
So we just got an appropriation based on our county size, and then we had to sub out the town money.
We don't have to, but we did.
It's the only mechanism they have to get any funds from CARES is through the parent county that they're actually in.
No, I was
guidance,
just hoping they were double counted.
Oh,
no such law. But yeah, the guidance doesn't require us to allocate that amount out, just so you would know what it was, and in case we got a request, ultimately would roll into some sort of contingency if we don't get a request as we move forward. And we included, which we got on Thursday afternoon, was so it's not in the spreadsheet, was there's not enough time to type it all in our spreadsheet, would be the school's request of that additional amount over the original 265 that they had requested when the CARES money first came down.
Explain that again. There is, or I guess there are, CARES money for the schools and CARES money for the county?
The schools have a direct version of money that's about almost $750,000, I'll just round up, that they have to submit reimbursement for. That's separate. It didn't come to the county.
Right.
The CARES, this 2.6 million Beth actually received. So it was transferred from the state.
Okay.
From the feds, the state then transferred based on a formula to all the counties based on population. So we received the funds. So we actually have it sitting in the bank.
All right, stop there. The 750,000 the schools got is in their account now?
No, that's reimbursement. So they spend something and then submit, and they would have to answer that question, who they submit to.
All right, that's fine.
That.
I'm just trying to figure out the total amount of money. So of the 1.1 million the schools have here, they can use some of that 750 for some of these things?
That's a school question, but they do have another set of money that was exclusive to them that's not part of this.
Right. I'm just trying to, total is 3.4 million.
Correct.
But 750 of that is reimbursable money, has to spend first, then get reimbursed.
Correct.
So we have to have money in our bank account to cover their spending to bring it back, or they do.
They do.
Which they don't, because they have a tight budget. Okay.
And one other question, the additional was 1.1 million in our spreadsheet. Did that include the 265 or is that 265 plus 1.1?
I assumed it was 265, and you heard them say tonight they had already spent that 265 on other things. So I assumed that was an additional, but that's just an assumption. You could ask that if you want.
Well, that's why I was asking. I added those together and looked at.
Now, obviously, in my spreadsheet, I didn't put the 1.1 million in because we didn't have that much left over. So I figured if you wanted to do that, you'd have to figure out how you're going to chop the almost 1.1 million, because we had a balance. It changed a lot, so I can't remember. I got to get to that sheet.
But can't,
Yeah, we have a balance remaining unallocated without the 1 million of the schools of about 111,000, along with this also some contingency money. We did receive guidance that we can reimburse public safety salaries. That was late guidance. We didn't originally have that in. And so I did recommend that you reimburse public safety salaries through December 31st of 490,000. Obviously, that's not all of public safety salaries between now and the end of the year.
so Mr. Cully, just to make sure I'm correct, if part of the 750 that's available to schools is on the list of the 1.1, then they need to correlate that to determine what they can get reimbursement for, correct?
I would think, but I don't know what that, I'm not telling you that the 750 has anything to do with anything they've asked for on.
I understand.
I think that's another pot of money they want to spend from with other things they want to do.
So I'm saying, shouldn't they correlate that with the 750 that's already available to them based on the 1.1 that they're asking us to give to them for CARES?
I would assume that, yeah, that would be a question for the schools.
Mr. Cully, what was the exact amount of what they have been given?
I didn't quite hear your question.
They got 750.
I thought it was.
They got 750 directly.
Something or 769. You don't remember? Okay.
I don't know that I have that exact amount because it wasn't sent to us.
I thought we got it in an email from.
It was an email is all I've ever seen. There was no communication directly with the county for how much they were getting.
Ms. Stevens can help us?
751.
751?
That's what Alan thinks.
The allocation has been revised to 740,347. It is for a 2-year period. It must be spent before September 30th, 2022. The anticipation is that they're given the funding over that 2-year period, knowing that we will have additional expenses over that 2-year period in order to qualify. The CARES money for the county must be spent by December 30th, 2020.
Before you go.
To clarify, apologize. Clarify on the total that was submitted on the final spreadsheet on the revised includes the 265 requests from before. So the request from the schools is the new revised amount that was submitted in the board packet.
So you include the 265. So you already got the 265.
Based on your approval of the resolution tonight, I believe so.
Well, kind of, sort of, yeah. We just added to the budget. So you had the 265 added to the budget. So now you're asking for another 900,000, not another 1.1 million.
Correct, sir.
To get the 1.1. Okay, 850 something or whatever.
While you're, I went through the list of all the things that we're actually going to procure. And one of the things I noticed is I didn't see any like protective devices or things for like the bus drivers, like plexiglass doors on their driving seats, those kinds of things. I mean, we went through some painstaking agony to get things that were going to reduce COVID kind of symptoms. So have you spent other money on buses to do protection of bus drivers?
We have protective masking is what we're asking for, fogging, disinfectant solutions. Not plexiglass on the actual bus.
No, they're asking for masks.
We've asked shield masks also. All the types of PPEs. Gowns, gloves.
Which we probably can't get before December 30th.
There's a lot of vendors out right now that you can get those items. Yes.
I got Mr. Shealy.
Mr. Black.
I was looking at this list too, and you have a lot of there's a lot of technical stuff in this. I'm looking for My 5 devices and reduce the stress on the parents for the annual tech fee. But my question is, as you guys know, probably from the public hearings you're having on back to school, when a kid is in a classroom, is there a guarantee that you're going to have enough PPEs, hand sanitizer for the teachers and the students in that classroom? Because I saw 12,738 for hand sanitizer, but when you're talking about 5 schools, school buses, school board office, places like that, that does not seem like it doesn't seem like a huge amount.
This is what we're estimating above and beyond our normal purchase of disinfectants, our hand lotions, our hand sanitizers. So this is the above and beyond. And yes, we do plan on, we've already purchased bottles to have disinfectant in each classroom and materials and PPE for
So
each
no
classroom.
teacher is going to be short on, I mean, like, for example, I mean, I just get a feeling being a teacher myself, like between periods, like we have someone here wiping down the podium.
Yes.
You know, between periods, they're going to have to, with Lysol wipes or something, I'm sure they're going to be having to wipe down desks. So these are something that teachers aren't going to be responsible for, because I don't have a problem with some of your tech stuff. I understand it, but I don't want to hear about a teacher calling me, you know, and saying, hey, look, I don't have enough wipes to wipe down my classroom. I don't have enough hand sanitizer for my classroom. I have students without PPE, you know, and then we're reducing a tech fee. You know, I mean, we're concerned about the virus. Is that what we're concerned about, the spread of the virus? So you're saying that that's not going to be an issue with any of the teachers in the school?
That is our intent. It won't be an issue.
Okay.
It's above and beyond our current budget that we already supply those items.
Okay.
That's a question.
Mr. Thomas?
Ms. Stevens, and I understand the 740 you have directly is spread out over 2 years because you have to plan for this year and next year. But of the total 1.1, is there anything that 740 or part of that 740 could be used for? Or you're just saving that in reserve totally?
Certainly, it could be used for all of those items would qualify. We're knowing and understanding that we would have to purchase additional items, possibly even additional sanitizer, you know, in the future as we use things up. So this is our best guess is what we would need for the future, but those monies are there available for 2 years for us to be able to purchase additional items as we need to.
Okay, now, let me just think of how the system works. You got 740 you've got to use by 2021. So you give me all that 740 right now, we do all the things we have to do based on your 1.1 million, then I have some money that I can give you back to make your 740 again next year if you have more expenses. This is going to require a great deal of trust, but I'm just trying to figure out how the system could work. That sound like that is how the system would work?
The system could work that way, absolutely.
Except
There's
our funds
also-
expire. Ours expired December 30th.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right,
But
so
see-
the money
see,
expires, but
I have to spend
it would have to be general funds. It would not be able to be CARES funding.
But see, I have to spend 2.65 by the end of this year.
I know.
So if I use their money that goes for 2 years and then replace their money with some of our money at the end of the year, or vice versa, I'm just trying to figure out how we can get the best bang for the buck is what I'm trying to think, and still have money left over next year when we're saying they don't have any hand sanitizer because we used it all up this year.
The only way you can do that is they have to save the 740 that they're planning to save into next year. This
guess
CARES
that's-
money's got to be spent by December 30th.
Yeah, I guess that's the safest way to do it. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out a way to work it.
Mr. Black?
I mean, like I said, all of these, for the most part, the only thing that kind of jumped out on me on your list, and there was a couple on the county administration side too, but a mobile food truck. Can you explain to me? I mean, I saw what I saw. Yeah.
And there's one above it, and there's, I mean, I forgot, my packet's not in my book now, so, but there were two of
The
them.
mobile food truck is to assist with the community feed. We still need to feed the children throughout the school year, even if they're not on site, and also with the community feed this entire summer that we have been doing. And
So how
feeding
many,
the
like, so
children.
that's going to be able to put like hundreds of meals on this truck or something like that? Or how does that work?
We have been they can cook them on it, and they're also using it now currently for distribution.
So you're buying a second one, or is that?
No, the food service department has made that purchase. It was part of the 265 initially.
Oh.
There's one outside if you go to the room out here, you can get outside.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mrs. Long?
I just have basically a curiosity question. The $40 fee for the Chromebooks, is that a yearly fee? I thought it was a one-time fee
No, it's
per
yearly.
student.
It's a yearly fee. We're carrying insurance on them as the devices get damaged, carrying throughout the classrooms, et cetera. So that is paying the insurance for those devices.
And you all did lunches past the planned end of school time?
We are still doing lunches. We have done them all summer long. Yes.
I had somebody told me that it had stopped, so I will check with them.
No, based on feedback and based on data numbers as to where people were getting them, locations did change, times did change.
So you stopped the door-to-door delivery?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So if they didn't have parents at home, they went to take them someplace.
We still continued door to door. We used our SROs to begin with. However, we found out that there was door to door taking place, that we were at first, going further into the community than the established meals that were being delivered by the SROs. So if the family contacted the school division of a need that they could not get the meals, we still had those delivered by the SROs at first, and then food service employees took that over.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Colley a question? Because this is the
Mr.
last one for me.
Thomas, yeah.
Mr. Colley, your spreadsheet here adds up to 2.569. We get 2.6. That's what you were saying originally. We have 111,000 unallocated.
That's correct. And that includes the 265 at schools we put in for the schools.
That includes that. But you had 3.7 million in requests. So like any other budget item, there were more requests than what you could actually fulfill.
Correct.
But are you proposing that this would be a firm budget or more of a fluid budget?
Well, if we're going to do these projects, I was hoping that you would approve them specifically. And if you want to cut one off, cut it off so that we wouldn't do it. And I can tell you the things that are anticipated cost versus obligated, because there are things that the counties purchased as well.
Yeah, but I mean,
that we obligated, knowing this money was out there, that we needed to try to get. Some of it we still have not been able to get, but we've issued POs for it, so it's going to eventually come in. So if you chop those out, they're going to be general fund expenses.
Okay, and I'm not saying chop anything out, but
I'm just saying
I don't have to make this. Is this a decision I have to make right this instant? One budget look, and that's it. Or am I saying I'm generally approving this and I'm going to look at it again next month and say
some things we need to get working on?
Okay.
For instance, business grants. If we don't start that program and get that money out, we're not going to be able to do it, because there again, it's got to be spent. And so I would like some approval to do some broadband. If we're going to do any kind of broadband project, wherever that is, we've got to start being able to. Yeah.
All right. I mean,
so yes, we were hoping that you would authorize as many of these as you could, so we could start spending down this money and not
That's
what
we're talking about.
Not tying our hands to trying to rush through it through the fall, and then because if we don't spend it, they're going to take it back.
I just wanted to see what you thought the process was. So,
Mr. Chairman, am I understanding that on the schools, we have a little bit left over from ours? On the schools, we could give them more as the year goes on, or do we need to appropriate?
Here's what
additional
Mr.
now?
Cully is trying to, I think, articulate. It is now the middle of July. To get the money obligated and those projects done and paid for by 30 December, he needs to start now. So we don't have time to go, let's come back and look at this, because there are projects that he's already said were a go because we were going to do them. We needed to do them anyways, and the CARES Act is going to take care of them. But we're out of time. We're out of time. The problem is a lot of those projects are long lead time.
we're basically saying we're doing all these projects to spend the county's 2.6 million, and the schools are going to save their 700,000 because 740, because they've got 2 years to spend it, or a year and a half now.
There's a yellow spot there.
We've only got 111 left over if you do all the projects that were put forward as recommended.
Turn your, is your
Yeah,
mic's
we're
not
only
on,
doing
Nancy?
proposed, right?
Right, amount proposed,
You're only
correct.
doing amount proposed.
Yeah, amount requested, we can't do amount requested. We don't have that much money.
That's the
And
point.
some of those projects we determined weren't eligible and took them out.
The schools were doing the 1.142.
No,
Is
that's
that, it's not in the
requested.
budget?
No, the schools are
We're only doing the
265.
265 is all, is
The
what's.
schools are
That's the point.
265.
We have to cut. we have to
We're
cut-
over because of the school request,
We have to cut $900,000 in county projects to give them the
900,000.
the 900,000. So we'd have to sit here tonight.
Oh,
No.
that's not the impression I had.
Oh, no,
Oh,
that's,
no. Yeah,
that's
the schools is 265.
Yeah, because the 1.1 is on the left side. And
Right,
not the
that's
right
requested. That came in Thursday.
No.
See, we just, it's not like we could have done this any sooner. It just came.
Yeah,
And the problem is that we're running out of runway to get these done because it's got to be expended. We've got to have spent the dollars. If it's not spent 30 December, that money evaporates.
So we need to, Mr. Chairman, we need to allow Mr. Cully.
wait, Reggie. Where's
I
Reggie?
heard somebody.
We're trying to get them back.
I'm back. So Mr.
111,000. You want to keep that in case
What
there's.
went down?
Tell him to say it
Have we
again.
lost everybody?
Say it again, Reggie.
The computer's here. It's something to the projector
I
died.
watched the projector have some, so what we'd have to sit here tonight, and I wish I don't know what happened to my sheets that were in here.
Okay, I need to wipe my face, so I need to clean my hands and then go
Oh,
open
they
it.
found Ben.
Yeah, you're right, and I'm glad you.
So Mr. Cully, again, you can start the projects that you need to start moving right away. You can do that without us identifying each individual program on that sheet that we want to send money to, correct? Does that make-
I wouldn't think so, because if I start doing programs and then you decide we're going to cut 900,000, there's just no way for me to know what that would be.
So what is it that you're asking us to do tonight with the,
Try to approve some semblance of a CARES budget.
so that means we need to do itemized spending?
Yes, I would recommend you have to take there's a line item in here you don't want to do, take it out.
Right.
So, Mr. Cully, of the two, there's 202.6 million, right? That's total. That's
Correct.
available?
Mhm.
And of the 2.6 million, we're giving the schools 250,000.
265,000. And they got 740 or 741 of their own.
But that was separate from
This.
that's from their leftover money.
No, it's some sort of CARES money.
Oh, they have
They
their
got
own.
direct, schools got direct money.
Plus, they have the 700,000 or leftover. They have some money left over that we're holding on to, right, for right now, from last year's budget.
Oh, yeah,
reverse
no,
money.
but no, they don't, let's not mix
Yeah,
that
okay,
all
I'm not
together.
going to, yeah,
No,
right, okay.
yeah.
Mr. Kelly,
That's a different pot, I get it. Okay.
Mr. Kelly, the, does any of this have to go to Caramel School? Or is that separate entirely?
They could have requested, I guess.
Okay.
This was, this is everybody that requested. You can see Northern Virginia 4-H. And they requested from other counties as well. So yeah, these were requests.
Okay. I just remember something about the CARES Act funding had schools and we had to address all the other schools in the county.
Hers had to go. which is part of the 741 or part of a greater amount?
Very back.
Oh, they were supposed to get part of it, but they refused. So they didn't take any of the public school money.
Carmel School Review?
Correct.
Really?
That's
Okay.
what I was just told.
This is just. I mean, how do we do this right now? Well,
And therein lies the problem there's no runway of time, because all of these projects are going to take a good 3 or 4 months or longer.
Is now the time to drop the pre-K program? Line items.
Oh, yeah. Thank
We're
you.
trying to cut 900,000.
Thank you.
We're currently scheduled to buy.
Well, are there some unanimous items we want to remove or discuss? Hello? Hello?
Have we lost them?
I guess so.
Because I see you and Ben and Gary, and
Yeah,
that's it.
I'm gonna send Floyd a text message.
Yeah, I don't see anyone either. I can't hear anything either.
No.
Might be a blessing.
I just sent Floyd a text message. They said they're working on it. Stand by.
Maybe they will have it all worked out when they get back.
Who is Jay?
Let's take a break, 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right, 10-minute break.
All right. I'm going to go get something to eat.
Hey, Reggie, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, we were having some trouble with the projector and we lost you guys there for maybe 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we were talking amongst ourselves.
Oh, I heard you. Just nobody else.
Uh-oh.
So we're
It's
done.
okay.
Great.
We got you back. No escape.
Oh,
Mr. Emerson, can you hear us? Can you unmute your mic and let's do a test to see if everything's working back here?
Sorry, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think we have everything back working here. So once we get back from the break, we should be good.
Okay.
Apologize for the issues there.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. I'm going to mute again.
Oh, yeah, he was over there. They'd be like, where? Yeah. But a couple times I'm like, look, I just need to get out of here. In that case, when the frame was done, they were gone. They were like, where'd they go? He did a good job on that. And wires everywhere. Oh, now you go. I'll tell you what. No, I don't know if it's that exact. Oh, there's more circuit. Oh, isn't it? Oh. Yeah. It's fun though. Yeah. Is this gonna cost more money, you think?
O'clock. No, we can actually, you could actually dedicate, I mean, you'd have to laboriously go through and say, we're paying for this. I mean.
Oh, no.
Nancy's got my list again.
Oh, how did I get yours?
You took it out of my hands with my pen and started writing. Mr. Cully, just for clarification, since we're up here all feverishly looking at this list, you got the schools list on Thursday, correct?
I did.
So, because we're all like, why didn't we get to do this sooner? Why didn't we get to take a look at this?
But we had hoped to do this in June, but we didn't get it ready, working on some of the numbers and prices. So the original request came from the schools was $265. At a 2-on-2 meeting we had, and I don't remember the date, Dr. Kaverick asked, could she be on the committee? And I said, we really have a committee. It was Ted Lambert.
It wasn't a 2-on-2, that was a staff meeting.
Yeah, staff, Alan and I and
right.
Marcia and Dr. Kaverick. So I asked her, if you had any additional requests, please submit them to us. And we would add them in just like the 265. So the 265 has been in the spreadsheet that we developed. Ted probably developed this thing as soon as the CARES Act money was known. So we started with requests. The first one being a line item, what we had already spent. And that has continued to adjust. It's over, it's just Ted's spreadsheet, so he knows where these things are better than I do. That my light disappeared, but I understand. Probably wanted your phone back.
Well, it's hard to see this spreadsheet without a lot of light because there's a lot to it.
271,802 has already been expended from 3/1 to 7/9. That was the last update that I had. Those are on supplies and safety glass and all the things that have already been spent. So this sheet was developed a long time ago. I did send an email on Tuesday asking Dr. Kaverick if they, because
she had mentioned that she thought they were going to have an additional request. And I did send that Tuesday, and she said, well, it was late. She wanted to meet, and please submit it in writing. So we got it. She said, well, they had meetings and various things. They would get it to us Thursday. If I said, well, please, the packet goes out Thursday. She got it to me late in the day Thursday, which I was appreciative. At least we got it Thursday. She wanted to give it to me Monday, and I said, please get it to me Thursday. So that's why we didn't enter their things in our spreadsheet and just gave you her list with her cover letter, which is basically their spreadsheet with their rankings based on how it fits into Pathways 2022.
Mr. Kelly, the under county administration, the business grants, the amount requested is 270 and the amount proposed is 321 with a lot of specific change. Is that?
I just upped it based on what some of the region was doing.
Okay.
We had, I took that, Ted had put in the phone system upgrades, but we had budgeted for that. So I don't think, I mean, that's actually been approved. I don't think that's at a CARES expense.
Yeah, and that's not in your proposed column anyway.
Correct. So I had 200,000 that I had left over. And when I made these adjustments earlier in that day and the day before I got the request for the schools. By the time I got the $1 million request from the schools, I didn't have anywhere to. So I just put it in and figured we'd deal with it tonight.
Okay. The funding for the towns, if we don't anticipate the funding, should we just go ahead and adjust it now?
Well, I think I would give them, I think what was communicated by the mayor to Ted that they weren't anticipating anything from Port Royal.
Okay.
But I don't want to speak totally on that. But Bowling Green, we had seen some interest from the town manager and told him, please submit in writing what they wanted, because we are ultimately responsible. So if we give this money to the town and they willy-nilly do something with it, we're on the hook to pay it back.
Okay.
It's got to be an eligible expense. So we want in writing what you're going to do with it. The same thing with the schools. It's got to be an eligible expense if we're going to give it to them out of CARES Act money. Because then we're on the hook to pay it back. And then when you have to pay it back, it'll be general fund dollars because it'll be gone.
Should we make the placeholder smaller, I guess is what I'm asking.
You certainly could, or you could wait a month. There's no reason you can't come back and make additional appropriation if you want to see that some of these things don't pan out.
Okay. So I thought we had to do
The equipment things that are all the air scrubbers, the light scrubbers for the fire station, the scrubbers for the ambulances, all those things
we got to order
have to go on order because they're going to have to be installed.
How much is encumbered right now? How much is
271 plus a couple of other things. You'll see some temperature checks. If you look in the classification column, that'll tell you the ones that Ted's actually issued POs on, although we don't have the stuff yet. Obligated but not invoiced yet. Obligated, but we've issued POs on those temperature things, but they just haven't been able to get them to us because, of course, everybody in the country is buying those things. So that's another 52, 23, 28,000.
So could we tonight just make a motion for the money that just spend the obligated, what's already obligated, and then take a deeper look at some of this other stuff at the next meeting?
You could, but if you don't approve some of these things, that we're not going to be able to get them done.
You're better off approving and seeing what they could get done and see what money's left over in 2 months.
I may know if the town doesn't want anything, we'll make a specific email to them. If they don't get us a request by the next 3 weeks, when we come back August 11th, we're going to allocate their money somewhere else.
Okay.
So that would free up another $122,000 if the two towns said we're good.
We've got the information display signs and the sheriff's department, and then one of the roadside ones for the fire and rescue.
The sheriff's department was cut.
Oh, that was cut. You're right.
Yeah, remember, I could have colored that a different color, but they requested it. But I cut it because we have one for fire, or a couple for fire and rescue. Is that right, Chief? One for fire and rescue. So we didn't think the sheriff needed any more.
We already have access to one or two of those already, right? I was seeing them out here from
one.
But we have access.
Yeah, we have none. If they have it, they have certain number in the whole region.
And that would be a county-owned one for.
This would be, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Sheriff could use it, the fire department could use it. Probably was sort of duplicated effort. They would, if we're doing something with a testing site, we'd be able to deal with one. And it wouldn't be that we wouldn't continue to try to get them from VDOT, but. And they can only put certain things on there.
And they're not hackable.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I know that they only like certain words. They got to almost be traffic related.
The delta between the fire rescue public safety salary reimbursements, $140,000 delta.
Just I had money.
Okay.
Remember, I had money before the request came in at 445. So you could certainly lower that down. I do anticipate that there could be a $500,000 cut to comp board reimbursement when the General Assembly meets. There's potential. Doesn't take much of a cut to comp board reimbursement from the state that we could be 500,000 in the hole.
We don't know the whole truth.
Nobody knows.
So I thought that was a good placeholder.
I thought you knew that already, so.
Oh, no, sorry, I don't know that for a fact.
Mr. Black, you want to verbalize what?
Yes, Mr. Seeley was saying is I would like to try to get the school some more money, but we're like right now so we have 100,000 left over, right?
Currently, yes.
So allocate another 100,000 to them because they're getting 750 from one pot. They've already spent 250, right?
265.
265. So there's over $1 million. We're going to give them $1 million. And then whatever savings that we have on some of these projects that if the town doesn't get, then we can go back and talk with them.
Right, you can go back and reallocate that to them.
Does that at least make sense?
That at least gives staff the ability to do the ambulance sanitizing stuff, the
And
department
you
and
can
building
scrub it to
sanitizing
give
stuff.
them savings. In other words, we can scrub to try to get them more money. Whatever is.
And actually, I think that will cover most of the actual medical stuff
Right.
that they have listed.
Right.
And, as far as technical stuff, they probably have been planning for some of that, but then we could help them out if we have money left over.
Right.
Sounds like a good motion. I would second that.
I would like to bump it up a little bit more. There's some other placeholders in there that.
You want to give the schools even more?
And it's they've already spent the 270.
Well, the problem is with some of the placeholders that he was saying, he doesn't know if they're placeholders or a reality until he gets a word from the town. So we can't give the schools Port Royal's money or Bowling Green.
I would recommend you come back and do that.
Right.
But a month
Hold on,
later is not-
let Mr. Underwood come in.
I'm saying Mr. Cully just said that there's about 500,000 that may come back, that
Right, exactly.
come to fruition. So we have to be mindful of that. I mean, we can always give it, can't spend it and take it back.
Right.
So for us to keep allocating and saying we're going to do this even more, it kind of doesn't make sense. We need to do what we can now. If there's money left, it's better to have it at the end rather than overspend and having to have money cut that we don't have. Let's not create a problem for ourselves.
Yeah, I'd just like to bump it up maybe 150. That's all. I think we have plenty of that in.
No.
To 150?
Yeah.
From 100 to 150?
What? 140,000 delta between
Between what?
the public safety salary reimbursement amount requested and amount proposed.
Well, the amount requested was 440.
Okay, well, there's 490.
That's proposed. It was lower to start with.
Yeah. I don't think Bowling Green's going to have $100,000 in expenses. The town probably wouldn't have 18,000.
If you lower that, you certainly can do that. You can certainly do that in a month once we've confirmed what their expenses are.
Right.
What are the schools going to do in
50.
1 month? If you're going to come back and reallocate to them, you give them the 100 we are left over right now. And if I can confirm that the town submits your request so we can evaluate it, We'll know what that is at the 11th meeting. We'll know, maybe we'll be able to cut some other things as well.
Do I have a motion, Mr. Black?
Huh.
I think you made
You
one.
did,
Yeah, we
Hunter.
did.
And Mrs. Long seconded it, was to go with the expenses that we have plus 100 for the schools, and we'll reevaluate at our next board meeting.
Yep.
Mr. Thomas, you look perplexed.
That's just the way I look normally. I'm good.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Your phone's,
Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 9. I was going to say, that's got to be a real feat unless you have a new language you're learning. And is this just affirmation, Mr. Cully? Because I know that the cost went up. We all sort of chimed in and said, because the application's already in.
I don't believe that you can use CARES Act for anything to do with a grant.
Right.
Because you can't, we probably won't even get notification of the grant award until we've got to spend the CARES Act.
Right.
So I think any broadband project you do is something that you would have to contract with one of our existing providers to actually do something that extends broadband that they can complete and bill us for by December 30th.
Which in my discussions is like very small pieces.
Correct.
Because of the permit process.
Correct. That's
So
the only
what is-
downside of this.
so-
Unless it's something we have control of, like we plan on paying for what we're doing
The
in
dawn piece
that
is
we've got
we can
control of.
control of, we can pay for.
We pay for it. But when we start having to contract and then it falls all apart, we're not going to, that's not going to be eligible.
So what is this really?
It was a request early on about a backbone piece to
for Port Royal.
But our problem with that is until you know whether you've gotten funding for Port Royal and you pay them to extend that circuit that really doesn't provide any more users, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be eligible, and we'll have to pay that back to the CARES Act.
Okay.
So I think you'd be better off just to do that with general fund money.
But we did that in the VATI grant. This was prior to VATI.
It's in the
grant.
VATI grant now.
But I thought we were trying to do this right now, quickly, to get better service at the Port Royal Library. Because that was what I thought, because right now, the Port Royal Library doesn't have that great service. Is that right, David?
Yeah, I think you have to answer that, but I think they're all right.
Currently, the Port Royal Library has Atlantic Broadband service, and it's good. And they're also under contract, I believe, with the provider. Yes, so they have sufficient signal at Port Royal Library.
But they don't have the wireless parking lot option like everybody else has.
Yes, sir, we do.
Yeah, we were told early on that the existing equipment inside of the Port Royal Library reaches out into the very limited parking area around that library.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because if you drive down, you'll see people parked there. The need for the increase in that whatever you all term it, for increasing the lines or updating them is to get the expanse going down 17. It's not strong
You
enough
just
to
keep trying to
carry.
work on that. You just keep working on
Well,
it.
that's the
You need to back
purpose.
off, man.
That's just the purpose of it. That's what
Okay, so there's no real action for 9. It was,
Yeah, because that's what we
So
wanna
we're
do, is make sure
essentially done.
everybody has a place.
right. There's no action needed on item 9, correct, Mr. Cully?
That's correct. It just more to update you on that. I don't believe that you can
Because
use
we were
CARES
looking
Act.
at, could we use CARES to actually expand? And it didn't fly. It didn't pass the CARES Act test. Okay.
It did, they just didn't have enough courage to do it. We could do it. Somebody else did it.
That takes us to the end of the agenda, except for informational calendar item updates. So while we get there, I just wanted to announce for those that may not have seen it, that Kyle Bates is coming back to be our resident engineer in Fredericksburg, and he was the assistant engineer underneath Sean Nelson, who actually was, one of our high points, and Kyle did a lot of legwork for him. And with And then we went to Lynn,
I
and now
hope
we're
not.
going to go to Kyle, which I think is going to be good. And he's actually from the county, which I think helps immensely. So I called to congratulate him the other night when I saw the email that he was coming back. So I just wanted to welcome him back to our region and told him we'd look forward to seeing him at a meeting in the future. With that, Mr. Colley.
We put a status of capital projects update. That's 2 pages in your packet if you have any specific questions on those.
Are we going to put a CARES Act line in here at some point?
Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea. Yeah, now that we've appropriated it, we gotta appropriate that to the various places so we can track it.
Right. Because it's going to become a monumental task.
I know, and especially if we got to submit back. We're not sure what they're going to do, if they'll ever look, whether the state will look or the feds will force the state to look with what we did, but it might happen 2 years from now, knowing the way things work from the
Well, it's
feds.
going to take forever, right?
The other things are just a grant, a volunteer retention and recruitment grant award that the fire department got. Another OMES grant that they got, and our calendar is blank. So we have a meeting on the 14th, and now a meeting on the 20, meeting on the 11th, and a meeting on the 25th, meeting currently. So that August and July are still blank because of COVID. We have opened everything back up. Basketball goals are up. The soccer fields are back.
Yeah, this week I got a feeling we're going to hear more noise about it's got to come down because the numbers are going back
Yeah,
up.
that may very well we go the other direction, but we just now reinstalled all that things where everything is running, other than my building, but that's not due to COVID.
Mr. Colley. On the fire and rescue grant, this has been a thing that's been going on and off. If we can get some details from Chief Loftus on how we plan on using this, because the volunteer, and it doesn't have to be tonight.
The
but
retention one?
Yeah.
Sure.
As far as what we're doing to
Not tonight.
Not, it doesn't have to be tonight, Chief. Doesn't have to be tonight.
He's got a plan.
But just to kind of go forward, because we had the whatever it was, the money that we were giving out for the volunteer money as well.
Still do that.
We still do that. I understand that. It's the stipend is less, but I think we just kind of need to have that discussion again. And then the other thing too is if we could, at some point, if you could start filling something in on the opening of the little memorial out here. I think we plan on having a ceremony on September 11th for the fire and rescue memorial.
You may have to wait till September 11th to
21.
actually do that.
Right, yeah.
Oh,
September
okay.
11th. But I just
Put it on the calendar.
put it on the calendar, like as far as not only put on the calendar, discuss how we're going to do it, and then the selling of the bricks. I don't think that's been out there yet either. I mean, we need to start getting that out there because that was the idea, is to get the community involved in buying some of the bricks, and I haven't seen anything from that end either. Thank you. The stone is Mr. Shebel is
It's on a truck, so it's en route.
Closing board comments, anyone?
I have
Mr.
one, Mr.
Moran?
Chairman.
Oh, go ahead, Mr.
The July 4th holiday landed on a Saturday. Consequently, the state celebrated the holiday on July 3rd.
Right.
The people who worked in the convenience sites and some of the other folks in our were paid for working Friday, which was technically the holiday, but the real holiday fell on Saturday, and consequently they were paid the regular pay to work on the holiday. I think we need to look at that to bring some sense of normalcy to that. That it just didn't make sense that you work the holiday yet you receive your regular pay, even though it was celebrated by the state on Friday, and people worked a regular shift and were paid holiday pay on that Friday. It's going to have some impact to the budget, but I think it's only fair that we take a look at this.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood.
Thank you.
Mr. Forehand?
None.
Mr. Black?
None.
Ms. Long? Mr. Thomas?
Action item, create an email account for citizens to express their internet desires, please.
Yes.
And advertise so Mr. Black can tell his people that to send their correspondence to one email address. How about internet interest at co.caroline.va.us? How's that? You could make an app, but I'm not going to develop an
I
app
have a
for you.
website. Right.
All right, that's it.
I have none. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. Motion to second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.